Peggy, are you going to talk about Lewis?
Will they do either way though, whether I have to switch, whichever direction I have to switch? How about now? There we go. That's it. It's a cycle 8. All right, with that, seeing as it's 6:16, I will call this special meeting of the Albany City Council to order for 19 September 2022. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Gary.
Here.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Here.
Councilmember Nason.
Here.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Here.
And Mayor Jordan.
Here. Tonight, in closed session, the council will consider the existing litigation of City of Albany versus Albany Lions Club, Lions International et al. Regarding the cross on Albany Hill. I do not see anybody in the room, so unlikely that anybody here is going to comment as a member of the public. Is there anybody online?
No, there's no one online.
Thank you, City Clerk. So with that, my understanding, since this is the second in person, is we adjourn to the conference room? Okay, very good. We will be back. And with that, I think we'll recess. Yeah, we'll recess until 7 o'clock when the regular meeting starts, which is 12 minutes by the clock on the back of the wall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I thought we were recessed. Too bad. Oh, well. Do it officially.
We are back just after 7 o'clock. Calling this regular meeting of 19 September 2022 of the Albany City Council to order. And Councilmember Nason, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lisjan. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Gary,
Here.
Councilmember McQuaid,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
Here.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Here.
and Mayor Jordan.
Here. And I will state again, since it's on our regular agenda, the council earlier had a closed session, so the conference with legal counsel regarding the existing litigation of City of Albany versus Albany Lions Club, Lions International regarding the cross in Albany Hill, and there is no reportable action from the closed session. This brings us to a proclamation of the 114th anniversary of the City of Albany, and Councilmember McQuaid is going to read the proclamation.
City of Albany Proclamation celebrating the City of Albany's 114th anniversary of incorporation, September 22nd, 2022. Whereas the City of Albany was incorporated on September 22nd, 1908, and whereas Albany today is a family-friendly and vibrant city that is economically and culturally diverse, with walkable neighborhoods and thriving businesses, outstanding schools, and an active community. And whereas the city's first known residents, a tribe of Native Americans known as the Costanoans or Ohlone, lived in the area, including at the base of Albany Hill along Cerrito Creek. And whereas the City of Albany has adopted a land acknowledgement to recognize the city's first known residents that is read at the beginning of each public meeting as follows. The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lisjan. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home. And whereas in 1908, area residents protested the dumping of Berkeley garbage in their community by incorporating and became the City of Ocean View. And whereas in 1909, the name of the city was changed to Albany in honor of the birthplace of the city's first mayor, Mayor Frank Roberts. And whereas in 1927, Albany voters adopted the city's first charter, giving full control over its own governance. And whereas the City of Albany is a sanctuary city committed to protecting the rights of all people in our community. And whereas the Albany City Council has adopted a mission statement that reads, Albany is committed to providing a healthy, safe, and accessible city and strives to lift every voice in our community. And whereas Albany remains a unique and welcoming place that celebrates all members of the community and includes one-of-a-kind businesses, inviting parks and open spaces, and fosters a strong sense of community and civic pride. And whereas September 19th through 25th, 2022 marks the city's annual Albany Local Week to support and celebrate our city, including a Shop Local campaign. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Albany City Council acknowledges all residents, businesses, visitors, community members, and staff for their contributions to our city and encourages all to celebrate the City of Albany on its 114th anniversary of incorporation. Dated September 19th, 2022, Preston Jordan, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. And that brings us to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Following on that acknowledgement of everything local, today begins Albany Local Week. And it's been a very successful beginning to Albany Local Week. As you see on the screen here, we're sold out already of the added value on the gift cards, but the gift cards are absolutely still available. So please take advantage of this opportunity to shop local. It's an opportunity to celebrate the amazing businesses, parks, attractions, and uniqueness of our city for one entire week and runs through September 25th. To coincide with Local Week, the city introduced the new Albany e-gift card, a community-based digital gift card that makes it fun and easy to shop local, spending local. The e-gift card opens the door to experiences that are totally Albany. Enjoy boutique shops, high-quality restaurants, and personalized services in a bustling and walkable community. We had the limited buy one, get one offer on Albany gift cards from the City of Albany, which was, as I just mentioned, a great success, matching for a limited time the gift card purchase, increasing the total value. That sold out within hours, so really just a warm welcome to our business district and to this program that's ongoing. You can check out all of the events throughout the week, albanyca.org/Albany Local Week. Also, partner in tandem with Albany Local Week and recognizing our local businesses, we have a new economic development website. I'd like to pause here and recognize the incredible work of our economic development specialist, as well as assistant to the city manager, Brendan Brown, for all of his work to build this incredible website. Really just refresh and captures our local community so well. So please take a moment to check out this website. ChooseAlbany.org, and it will continue to grow over time as we build more information, but there's already quite a wealth of information there in terms of data and ways to access the community, and for those interested in becoming businesses locally, assistance to you and your unique interests. A reminder that we will have a virtual evacuation drill on October 2nd, 2022, from 9 to 10:30 a.m. The virtual evacuation drill allows participating community members to receive real feeling test notifications through AC Alert via email and practice evacuating their places of residence. You can find out more about this evacuation drill by going to the website here, readyalbany.org/events. Also, tied to emergency preparedness and our public safety staff that work day in, day out in keeping everyone safe. I'd like to acknowledge our Albany Fire Department crew who was deployed to the mosquito fire. They were there for several days assisting in efforts to manage that fire, and they returned yesterday, so we welcome them home. A reminder that we have our second concert in the park this Saturday. September 24th. It includes food vendors, and the band is Rooster Rock and Roll from 12 to 2 p.m. for the band itself, and the event runs from 11 to 3. Also, you may have seen the banners up from our Albany CERT team. They are conducting Community Resilience Hub workshops this Sunday from 1 to 4, September 25th. The CERT program will be having an event at Albany Community Center on Marin Avenue at the library. A workshop on pop-up resilience. This is an opportunity to learn more about the plan to serve Albany residents in case of a disaster and help your neighborhood determine how hubs can serve residents during a major earthquake, fire, or other large-scale event. In that same building, the community center, we have a art gallery opening on Sunday, October 2nd from 4 to 6. Please take some time to view that artist, Delicate Wing. And it will be on display through from September 30th through December 29th. A reminder on where to find construction alerts on our website as Public Works continues moving forward with a number of core service infrastructure improvement projects shown on the screen here, and also where to put in a service request by going to our website and the Public Works page and service requests. This helps us track issues throughout the city and respond to them as effectively as we can. And that concludes my report. Just appreciate you bearing with me as I adjust to the in-person versus the virtual here, and welcome back, Council, for your second time in person.
Thank you, City Manager. If anyone attending would like to ask a question about or a comment on the City Manager's report, I guess it would be stand up and head to the podium. I doubt there will be anybody. And if there's anybody online, you can press your raise hand button. You will have 1 minute. If you're on the phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9. Note this is for questions and comments on the City Manager's report only. If you have comments on matters not on the agenda, the time for those is next. In this and all comments and questions during the meeting, please address the Council, not other attendees, and respect each person that has spoken. The Council wants everyone to feel comfortable speaking and not be intimidated by others' comments or reactions. I don't see anybody in the room that is interested in asking a question. City Clerk, I tried to go on Zoom, but I think I have to leave that to you now that I'm here.
Go
ahead.
My name is Jeremiah Garrett Pinguello. Yeah, I would just have 2 questions for the City Manager. It's a great report. It's regarding the fire department helping at the mosquito fire. I was just wondering how many days they were up there for. You mentioned that they just got back. What day did they get back and what day did they leave to go help? I think it's wonderful that our fire department went up there. I think that's great. And so how many days were they up there? Also, what location up there did they go to fight the fire? Was it Volcanoville Road in Georgetown? Was it Forest Hill? Maybe some location that they went. I know that 2 Fridays ago, I went up there myself, Volcanoville Road, and volunteer firefighted myself and to fight the fires. I evacuated 2 families in a trailer full of animals.
Thank you.
Please answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So those are some requests for some detailed information. I don't know if you have any of that at your fingertips. Understandable if you don't.
Unfortunately, I don't. I believe it was 10 days, but I would need to confirm that.
Yeah.
I don't have the exact location.
Sure. And if it was that length of time, that would have been.
I can confirm it was 10 days.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in that case, I presume it was crew after crew that was rotating through.
I believe it was 1 crew, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Interesting. Thank you.
We have one more.
Oh, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I just had a question about the 2-for-1, the gift card thing. I saw that because I have access to the internet and I have access to electricity and I have a computer. So I saw it, but I'm wondering if it was advertised anyway outside of the website or any kind of e-message so that people who maybe would have really benefited could have actually gotten the information too, or was it just advertised through email and on the website? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, happy to answer the question. It was a partnership with our local businesses, so the participating businesses also had the opportunity to promote the program.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, City Clerk. Moving on to Good of the City. This is for attendees to provide the council comments, information, and questions on an item that is not on the agenda. Either approach the podium, which I don't think anybody in this room is inclined to at the moment, or please raise your hands if you're attending virtually. By phone, again, is *9. By state law known as the Brown Act, council cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda except under extraordinary circumstances. Rather, items raised may be referred to a future agenda or to staff for comment. City Clerk, how many people have their hands raised?
One.
And could you say how many people are attending by any chance? If you can see that conveniently?
19.
Okay, thank you.
The public should be able to see the number of attendants.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. That's helpful. Thank you.
It comes in intermittently, but they see it.
Okay, well, great. Then I can strike that from my duties here.
Good
Welcome.
evening, City Council. This is Jeremiah Garrett Pinguello, my public comment, something that's not on the agenda. You know, I noticed this evening the land acknowledgement statement was read twice. And I Googled the definition of genocide. And genocide, the definition of genocide is the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim to destroy that nation or group. It also says genocide is an internationally recognized crime where acts are committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. So I'm wondering, is this city created by crimes and a criminal? And I'm wondering if the name Albany, which you stated that our first mayor, the birthplace of our first mayor, so Albany is named after our first mayor. Was the first mayor involved in this internationally recognized crime in deliberately killing all the natives at the bottom of Albany Hill? And if so, I think we should rename the entire city to Ohlone. So we should check our facts and realize that we do owe the Ohlone tribe and the natives here a big commitment, a big apology for deliberately killing their tribe with the intent to destroying them. So sad. Never looked up the definition of genocide until this evening. This definition of genocide is really troubling. So, got a lot of work to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda. Yes? Oh, sorry. Somebody else raised their hand. Thank you.
Hi. I wanted to just comment on the previous city council meeting that where you looked at the housing element draft and there was a long discussion about it. There were, I think I was told 47 letters from landlords or housing providers that weren't posted before the meeting. So people who were attending the meeting didn't have access to those. And I just wanted to comment on that. And I'm not sure what time they were posted, but it wasn't by 5 p.m., which I think is when they're supposed to be posted. And I guess I'm wondering why that didn't happen, and also it had an effect because if those of us who wanted to comment had been able to read some of the misunderstandings that they were using in their letters, we could have corrected them. So I just wanted to point that out, I guess, and maybe somebody could clarify why they weren't posted in time for the meeting. I also wanted to thank Jeremiah for the definition of genocide. I think it's great to have it read aloud. I think it really brings it home, like what exactly did happen to the Ohlone people. Thank you.
Thank you. Getting in the habit, City Clerk, is anybody else? Thank you.
Hi, yes, I don't know how to find the number of participants at this meeting. I know the city clerk said it was obvious. It's not obvious to me. I'd be very grateful to know how I can sort of keep tally. Thank you so very much for your service. Bye.
Thank you. I don't know if that's something you can shed more light on, City Clerk, in the...
Hi, this is Margie Marks. It's taking up my time. When I announced at the last City Council meeting that I could predict what the landlord would say, I never could have anticipated the letters would say, in essence, the landlords have not even been following the week rent review program here in Albany. One of our complaints about the program is most renters have no idea it exists. I guess we now know the reason why that is. In his letter to the council, the president of Albany Property Rights Association stated, quote, "It is up to the city to affirmatively inform tenants and rental providers of the existence of the program," end of quote. In fact, the ordinance states it is the obligation of the landlord to inform the tenant when they put in a rent increase. On the city website, they even have prepared a document for the landlords to give to the tenant explaining the program in 3 different languages. City, do you believe us now when we say renters don't know about the program? We will now take that issue up with the state, and housing advocates will help us contact legal aid. We feel as though the city has dealt with us in bad faith. One example is what happened at the last City Council meeting. Between July 29th and August 28th, the city had gotten 50 letters regarding the housing element. They should have been posted when the agenda was posted. On the day of the meeting, September 6th, I sent an email at 2:07 p.m. to Jeff Bond asking where public comment was regarding the housing element. My email even said, "I am not real tech savvy, so please tell me how I can find it." I wrongly assumed the comment had been posted because I knew the city got it. I just couldn't find it. I don't know what time it was posted, but it was too late for us to respond. 3 emails each to the Community Development Director, City Manager, and Housing Element Consultant asking what time those letters were posted went unanswered. Had we seen those letters, we would have let people know in public comment. The landlords were not following the program. I just want to say this did not have to be handled in public comment like this. I sent 3 emails asking one simple question. A dialogue could have been started, but we got no response and felt this was our only recourse. Without any response from the city, particularly after we sent Jeff Bond at 2 p.m. what could have been a reminder, we wonder if this might have happened on purpose so we could not see the landlord letters before the meeting. I just want to correct one other instance in which the head of the Albany Property Rights stated something in the letter that is only partially true. He said when the city was going through the process for the week rent review, the city sent out thousands of postcards twice to inform people of meetings. Yes, the city sent out postcards twice. They didn't send out thousands. The city only sent postcards to the landlords. The rest of us were just left to our own devices. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, City Clerk. I apologize for jumping in there in the midst, still getting in the flow. I don't know if you could address the question of where people can see the number of attendees.
Well, I haven't logged in myself as a member of the public, but I was told that it would be on the laptop or on a computer. You should be able to see it on the Zoom screen. It might be a little bit harder to see if the member of the public is on their phone or something.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I can
I'll ask you periodically, just
Okay, sure.
just in case, and we can figure that out
Yeah,
afterwards.
and I don't know if you can see, but the numbers at the lower right.
Oh, okay. So I can announce myself. Very convenient. Thanks. With that, we'll move on to, yes, please.
So the concerns that were brought up by the citizens, I think Margie and I don't know who else, I wasn't sure who said something about the letters. Do you think at some point we would need to address that? I mean, I'm not saying we have to do it now, but I think some type of communication and we figure out what's the best course of action in order to make sure that everyone's voice has been heard and their responses have been adhered to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was intended to take it up with staff in between this meeting and the next meeting, but appreciate that, and I'll bring it back at that time. Moving on to the consent calendar, items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. By approval of the consent calendar, the staff recommendations will be adopted unless otherwise modified by the City Council. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or a member of the audience requests removal of the items from the consent calendar. Does any council member wish to pull an item?
I'd like to abstain on item 7-6.
Okay. Does any other council member wish to pull an item? Not seeing any. If we could go to the public, does any member of the public wish to pull an item? And if you do, please go ahead and pull it and comment on it within your time period.
Good evening, City Council, members of the public, and City Clerk. So I'd like to pull items, please, 7-6 and 7-7, please.
Very good. Please go ahead and comment.
Okay, thank you. So 7-6, I appreciate the City Council taking the initiative to appoint somebody to the Social and Economic Justice Commission. Really appreciate it very much. You know, there's a big need for advisory bodies to be full and reach quorum. That way the City Council has the best decision-making possible with their advisory bodies. So I really appreciate 7-6. Shall I go to 7-7?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. So 7-7, updated salary. I did not get the chance to check out the details on this. I would just like to add one comment. Please update the Albany living wage if possible. Possibly raise the Albany living wage. That would be great, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm sorry, I wanted to pull 7-4.
7-4. Okay. Then if you'd please go ahead and comment on 7-4.
So first, I would like to thank Karen Sabita for being my appointee for the Social Economic Justice Commission. I guess my only concern is that as we are trying to go through the link with the applicants, we've had this conversation before, we're finding that, you know, these applicants that have previously applied are not interested. It takes a lot of time to go through each one. How can we, or, you know, I look to the city managers, how can we narrow that down so we can get through the process faster? That's just my only concern on how we move forward in appointing new people on these boards. Thank you.
Yes, I think it's a question of many of the applications come in at the beginning of a council session, which is back in 2020, early 2021. And so many of them may no longer be active or of interest. I don't know if there's anything other for the council members to do than just to start calling or emailing everyone, or if there's a way that the city staff could reach out and see how many of them are still interested.
Yeah, I think a multitude of options there that we could pursue collectively. It is unique to have these vacancies so late in the second year of a term, and I think that's the perplexing issue, and how we find folks that are interested in serving potentially just a couple months. So I recognize the issue, and we have been promoting the vacancies on an ongoing basis, really. I'm looking to our city clerk, who's been shepherding most of it through e-news and social media and in person, and also directly to AUSD. So we've been shaking the trees, so to speak, but we can look at the collective applications that are currently on file to somehow see, if there's some that are declining, and how we approach that.
Has there been any of the meetings that haven't taken place because there's like one or more meeting without the persons being involved?
Without a lack of quorum? Not to my knowledge. I think we've still had quorum for the advisory bodies.
There's one SEJC meeting that was a few months ago, but that was just one.
All right.
It wasn't because of the vacancy, it was just
Okay.
because members didn't attend.
So I think you have this on the agenda, so I can talk more at that point. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. With that, if there's a motion, I would suggest a motion without 7-6. Yes, Vice Mayor?
So moved.
Second.
I'll say Councilmember McQuaid got to the second first, so it's been moved by Vice Mayor Tiedemann, seconded by Councilmember McQuaid to approve the consent calendar minus item 7-6. City Clerk.
Councilmember Nason,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
and Councilmember McQuay.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I'll move item 7-6.
Seconded.
Thank you very much.
And before the roll call is taken, I'd like to make clear, I think that we are fortunate that Carl Wilmson is willing to serve. My abstention has nothing to do with the qualifications of the candidate. I am abstaining for the reasons that I spoke of at the last council meeting, which is my concern that the Social and Economic Justice Commission is still, we have not yet seen adequate measures taken in response to the misogynistic and racist comments that were made at the beginning of this year in that forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. City Clerk, if you would poll the council.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes?
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes. Yes.
and Councilmember Nason.
Abstain.
And the motion carries.
This brings us to the first item of unfinished business, which regards the potential of a long-term Parklet program. We may have staff's presentation or report, please. And I will note, while we're waiting on that, it looks like there's 23 attendees out there in the virtual world, and there's 2 attendees here in the real world. You're just waiting on a machine getting connected. I think probably to show slides would be my guess.
Check the mic. The mic. The mic.
check this mic while we're waiting too.
You're good. Fascinating to see left and right dueling presentations. If you'll bear with us, it's all a bit of a new reality after 2 years, with one exception in April.
I'm sharing.
You're sharing. Got it. Good evening, council members. Justin Freed, Transportation and Sustainability Manager. To kick off our presentation, I'm going to invite Michelle Plaus, our Community Development Analyst, to start us off, who's been working with me, Jeff Bond, and Brennan Brown to prepare the Parklet program being presented to you tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. Yes, so I'm going to start off the discussion of our proposed long-term Parklet program, and I'm going to go over some of the background of how we got to this proposal. And all the way back to the beginning of the Parklets, which was in June of 2020. So at that time, the county passed a public health order allowing outdoor dining to become permitted, and the city began permitting the in-street outdoor dining that we have today. And that was in response, of course, to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so the program at that time was designed to be very, very flexible and low barrier to allow as many businesses as possible to start using Parklets as quickly as they could in response to the crisis. Next slide, please. At this time, we have 15 installations across Solano. There are 3 in red here that were once installations and have since been removed. And as you can see, they're mostly clustered near San Pablo Avenue, but are across all of Solano Avenue, and that most of them have been up there since summer of 2020. Next slide, please. And in the meantime, these Parklets have become very popular throughout the community. And so in November of 2021, a little over a year after the program began, staff came to council to discuss a potential long-term Parklet program that would be outside of the scope of COVID-19 and a little bit more in-depth in terms of the requirements. So council reviewed those proposals and provided some preliminary comments for the program. The main one being that council did support the development of such a program. And they also provided, you also provided some comments in particular about improving the safety of the Parklets on Solano, and also developing some clear standards for what would be required of the Parklets, while also maintaining a degree of flexibility and not making the requirements too rigid. As well as managing the reduction of parking that we know has occurred along with the introduction of the Parklets. And also there was a suggestion of requiring a fee for Parklets. Next slide, please. So after that council meeting in November, staff conducted 2 surveys between December and January. There was one survey specifically for community members and another survey for businesses. And we were very pleased to have a very significant response to these surveys. We had almost 1,400 community members respond. And of those, about 25% were not Albany residents, but other people who visited Solano for work or shopping. And then we also had 125 businesses respond to the business survey as well. Next slide, please. So we got a lot of great data from these surveys and direction about what the community and the businesses wanted from a program. The main thing we learned was that there was overwhelming support for the Parklets among the community. You can see here in this graph that about 85% of respondents were pro-Parklet. And one of the main comments that we received was that people felt like it added a really nice ambiance to the community, that it changed the atmosphere of Solano, and they really appreciated that. We also saw a lot of comments about what they'd like to see from Parklets in the future and the concerns they had. There were a lot of people commenting about the reduction in parking, as we would expect. And then we also had some comments saying that the loss of parking was just a small price to pay for the positive benefits of the Parklets. There were a lot of comments related to fairness and making sure that the allocation of the parking spaces would be through an open and fair process and that there was some sort of system.
several comments about charging a fee for the use of the parking spaces, and also many comments about making sure the parklets would be safer and more solidly constructed. In terms of the business survey, we also saw strong support, not quite as overwhelming, but still much more than a majority of support for the Parklet program. In terms of the comments, we did see some concerns about the parklets only benefiting the businesses that had a parklet, and issues with fairness of the public space being used for private businesses. And then we also saw concerns about them reducing customer parking for the other businesses in the area, in addition to issues with the businesses only paying for the interior square footage that they're using, but not for the exterior square footage of the parklet. However, there was a lot of support for the program, especially with some sort of thorough review process and system in place, similar to the community survey. And we also got a lot of comments that it has been really helpful for businesses, not just those with parklets, but also those nearby, because they felt like there was a lot more traffic, a lot of people coming to the area and then entering their business in addition to dining at the parklets. And then, of course, the very common concern about improving safety and the quality of construction. We saw that in the business survey too. And then we also actually zoned in just on the responses of those businesses on Solano Avenue and split that apart from the restaurants and non-restaurants to really see if there were major differences there. And what we saw was that among non-restaurants on Solano, there was slightly less support, just about 57% in support of the program. However, that is still a majority. So we were happy to see that across all of the groups that responded, there was majority of support for a long-term parklet program. Next slide, please. So with these survey results, we then went into the development of the proposed guidelines. We started off in January and February with a presentation analyzing the survey results for the Transportation Commission and the Economic Development Committee. And we received some initial input from those two bodies on what the guidelines should look like. Then staff through February through April went and developed a first draft of the guidelines. And then from April to July, we had several rounds of going to the different advisory bodies, getting feedback, making revisions, bringing it back again. So all told, we went to the Transportation Commission 3 times, Economic Development Committee 3 times, and the Planning and Zoning Commission 1 time during that period of revision. So altogether, this proposal has been through 9 advisory body meetings. So it's been very well vetted by your advisory bodies. And all 3 of those bodies recommended the proposed guidelines to council. There are a few variations between them that I'm sure Justin will tell you all about. And just to give you a sense of kind of what we were working on with these bodies, the main issues that we discussed were ways to improve safety, improve access to the parklets, make sure that the installation and materials were all durable, and then also balancing the interests in the use of public space and the different groups that had uses for the space. So those were all the things that they talked over and developed the guidelines around. And with that, I'll leave it to Justin to talk you through the guidelines themselves.
Thanks, Michelle. I'll now go into the key components of the draft guidelines by section. Next slide, please. So the first set of requirements relate to the location and placement of the parklets. They set a maximum of 2 parallel parking spaces and 3 angled parking spaces per parklet. Any additional areas outside of the parking space would be subject to staff approval with consideration for intersection visibility, along with pedestrian, ADA, and vehicle access. In developing the design review criteria, we established that requests for 3 spaces would default to the Planning and Zoning Commission for review. The idea here is that the use of 3 parking spaces should have a higher level of review and have with consideration for parklet design, for retail frontage, parking occupancy, existing nearby parklets, and the impact on neighboring businesses. There was also a limit to 2 when reaching a threshold of 40% of parking spaces per block being utilized for parklets, and this was developed in response to feedback concerning the impacts on adjacent businesses. Some commenters wanted a hard cap, such as no more than 50% of parking spaces on a block. Others felt that a concentration of parklets had a benefit as a destination and really had some synergy with each other. So we developed this idea of balancing those two things by, as the impact got more concentrated, scaling to the 2 parking spaces. This was recommended by your Economic Development Committee. It was not a recommended element by the Transportation Commission. So that's the one difference in recommendation between those 2 bodies we were seeking council guidance on. The Transportation Commission's feedback on this was that there already is staff discretion for allowing a third with the Planning and Zoning Commission increased review of parklets that are requesting use of 3 spaces, that there didn't need to be that sort of fixed ratcheting down to 2. A block under this idea, there were some questions on this. As it was described to the advisory bodies, a block was both sides of the street between 2 intersections. And current installations, none of the blocks with the current installations meet that 40%. So the idea was if we saw an increase in concentration really beyond what we have today is when that would kick in. Next slide, please. So the perimeter barrier is the next section. It maintains a separation between people in the parklet and the adjacent vehicle lane and parking areas. The height and sort of the force requirement align with a deck railing standard and are really intended to prevent people from walking or falling into the roadway from the parklet. The wall or railing, along with reflective tape and delineator posts at the corners, would provide a visual signal for drivers of the use of the space. This component did get a lot of discussion amongst the advisory bodies. K-rails were discussed as a potential requirement. They would potentially reduce damage and protect against a minor collision. However, they wouldn't stop an errant vehicle. They would take up considerably more space potentially, up to a third of the usable space would need to be devoted towards their installation along a full perimeter. There was comments about it being more of a construction aesthetic and the look of that. And often these are bolted into the ground and other uses for K-rails that would be different than here. And the increased cost, they would be a substantial additional investment. So it was not part of the recommendation, but it did get some discussion. As the other element to this that I would mention is that there are differences, but it's useful to compare to a sidewalk. We plan for people to be in the sidewalk. There's cafe seating in sidewalk areas, and the buffer between the vehicles and a pedestrian on the sidewalk is a 6-inch curb. It is different than what we're putting with the railing or the potential additional elements that have been discussed. Next slide, please. So for the platform, the advisory bodies did want to keep a street surface option, really intended to lower the barrier to entry for businesses. That was their main objective here. This consideration was without the ARPA funding that we're proposing being applied to this, so it is a little different consideration potentially with what we're recommending in terms of helping towards that cost.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty understanding you some of the time. My hearing may be going, but could you take it a little bit slower?
Sure.
And right into the microphone. Thank you.
Will do. So the platforms aren't required, but we will require that the applicant show that use of the street would be ADA compliant. So we're not sure what cases they would be able to utilize the street, but we wanted to leave that option open. The platforms must maintain access to utilities and access for roadway maintenance, so they need to be designed with access panels or removable pavers or modular and easy to remove sections so that we can still get to the road or utilities underneath. Next slide, please. For perimeter materials, those are specified as metal, wood, or other natural materials with Planning and Zoning Commission review of alternative materials that an applicant may propose. And we're strongly encouraging the use of plants and lighting as elements of the parklet. For Americans with Disabilities Act access, they will need to meet standard accessibility requirements, and we work to detail some of those out, but it is essentially restaurant accessibility requirements that will need to be met. Next slide. Canopies, roofs, and heaters will be subject to fire department approval for fire safety. Applicants are responsible for maintenance of the parklet and to keep the curb and gutter areas clear, along with, as I mentioned, providing utility and city maintenance access as needed. We are proposing using our standard encroachment permit application fee, which is $222, and an annual $750 per vehicle space fee. Annual fees in other cities varied. There was ranging from $500 per year in Alameda, though they've stated that's intended to increase over time, to $1,000 per space in San Francisco, to $4,000 to $5,000 per space in Berkeley, though they have an additional need to basically recoup the loss of paid parking because they have financed based on that. So they have a requirement to essentially recoup their lost parking revenue from that. Aside from benchmarking peer cities, we did make a comparison to commercial rents and doing an estimate of square footage of the space. This is the rate of $750 per vehicle space is comparable to about 15% of market value of an indoor space. So it's not negligible, but it's definitely less than an indoor space cost. Next slide, please. So insurance requirements, we found basically the same as in across the board in other jurisdictions and are consistent with guidance we've gotten from the city's insurer on encroachment permits or special events. They're all in that $1 million per occurrence, $2 million aggregate level. We are proposing prohibiting signage on the parklet structure, which the perimeter, the wall, the roof, and noise, alcohol sales, health, smoking, and nuisance laws would all apply. Next slide. Removal in terms of the timelines of 2 weeks that we were trying to balance the burden on a permit holder to remove and store and reinstall if they were going to not use it for a while on the one hand with the competing uses of the space if it's not going to be utilized. And there's also the cause for removal for not meeting requirements or maintenance. Next slide. So we are proposing up to $15,000 per installation to help with accessibility and safety requirements that are proposed in the guidelines while funding is available. The staff report discussed that we do have American Rescue Plan Act funds that council appropriated for COVID small business assistance. That grant program staff has gone through, and there should be about $150,000 remaining after those grants to the applicants get processed. So we would be looking at if we had 10 applications at that $15,000, we should be able to fund that level. And applying the funds to the parklet installations was part of your action on that small business program, as we were anticipating this as a potential use for funds. On the timeline, we are proposing March 31st of next year for when the existing temporary permits would expire to give businesses through the winter time to obtain a permit under this program. There, a brief discussion on enforcement. The mechanism really we have for enforcement is termination of the permit, and we're open to guidance on appropriate timing and intensity of enforcement, including when termination of a permit would be appropriate. We are also proposing to make some adjustments to existing parklets, as we are proposing to give till March of next year for folks to come in under the new program, really with a focus on installations that are affecting pedestrian visibility at crosswalks or restricting sidewalk clearance. And with that, our recommendation tonight is that the council adopt a resolution establishing the Parklet program guidelines, and please do specify with or without the two-space limit over 40% of parking spaces used from the Economic Development Committee recommendation. Also to incorporate the annual fee into a future fee schedule amendment, set March 31st, 2023 for the existing temporary parklet permits to expire, and provide direction to staff on enforcement. And with that, I'll open up to questions.
Are there any questions, council members?
I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentation. So the fee of $750, can you explain how you came to that number again? I heard you, but I really didn't hear you.
Yeah, we had a couple of different reference points for that. One was looking at the costs with our peer agencies, so what the prices that some of the other jurisdictions that have already established their programs are setting. The other was taking a look at how that compared to retail costs, to cost of the commercial leases. So that one was just to get a sense of the scale and comparison, and it was approximately 15% of the indoor retail square footage rate.
So I'm going to recommend if we can discuss lowering that a little bit. I think the comparison of we're with like Berkeley, San Francisco, which are much bigger cities. This is a smaller community. I think 750 may be, and it is my opinion, that if we can somehow meet it in the middle, either 500 or 375, but I think 750 for our community may be a little bit much. But again, that's something we can discuss. Thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you, both of you, for this report, and actually all of the staff that's worked on this. Do any of the current installations meet the standards today?
I would say Barney's is the one that's closest. It has a platform currently. We haven't reviewed it for all of these requirements, but that would, I believe it was developed matching Berkeley's requirements when it went in. The establishment is in Berkeley, the business itself, versus the frontage being in Albany. The others are all relying on use of the surface streets. So one, that we would have to see that it's meeting ADA to do that. And a number of them would have to upgrade the perimeter wall or railing to meet the new requirements.
Could you help me understand the perimeter area? It looks in what we got this afternoon, and I believe this came from planning and zoning. Is that correct?
Yes, the change that I was showing, we had omitted a couple of recommended changes from the planning and zoning discussion. So I wanted to show you what they're including their recommended changes. It was partly in their discussion, we had a 250 pound per square foot, or 250 pound, whatever the reference, from a peer city, and the Planning and Zoning Commission explained that that's pretty close to a regular deck railing requirement of 200 pounds. So they recommended that it match that standard as just for simplicity. And part of the rest of the change is really over time, as the committees and commissions discuss this, we had a separate substantial barrier kind of discussion from a railing or preventing folks from entering, and over time those ended up converging. And so part of it was cleaning up some residual from how that standard evolved, how that guideline evolved.
I'm trying to keep this into questions. My concern, though, is if we are to take out the substantial barrier, as is stated in the guidelines that we originally got, what prevents the car from driving into the diners? I'm less concerned because it's a pretty solid area that the diner is going to step out into the car. I'm much more concerned that the car is going to drive into the diner. And what I think I'm seeing is it's simply like we see now with wood framing around it. And I have concerns that that's really not adequate. So
I can provide a little bit of more information on the substantial barrier possibility. That was something that we looked into as a requirement potentially. We found that it's not particularly common among other cities to require such a substantial barrier, although there were a few. In particular, New York City requires a K-rail as well as essentially a barrier that's filled with soil, like a wall or railing that's filled with soil, and so it's very heavy. However, the downsides, as Justin explained, would be that it could potentially take up a large amount of the parklet space. It would add costs, and also, depending on the scale, they may not actually stop a vehicle from running into the diners. There are different kind of weights and sizes of these things, but generally they'll be, filled with sand or made of concrete and actually bolted down to the pavement. And that's something that probably wouldn't work in this instance. Theoretically, we could require like a water-filled or sand-filled K-rail that's not bolted, and that would probably slow a vehicle or potentially prevent a collision if a vehicle was moving relatively slowly, say it's kind of parking sloppily. That could create a safety, and it could create more safety and prevent a collision. But in the case of a vehicle, a drunk driver going too fast, going right into the parklet, it probably wouldn't create that much more protection.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm wondering if we should have a standard for supporting loads per square feet. Oakland has 100 pounds per square foot, which I understand is a lot, but maybe we should have something written in there. I guess that's sort of a question. And what is the definition of a fixed structure? It says if it's above, a fixed structure above 4 feet is subject to building code. So, for example, what is that? Let's say Zaytoon is above 4 feet. Would they now have to go and be subject to the building codes?
I'll let Jeff take that one.
Good evening, Council. Jeff Bond, Community Development Director. Yes, generally speaking, in the California Building Code, any fixed assembly of building materials is a structure, and generally, if it's occupied by humans, that does require. There are lots of exceptions, but in this context, I would say yes. A Zaytoon sort of installation would be subject to the building code, the relevant building codes for what they're building.
Okay, thank you. Should we be more specific on the heaters? It simply says they're subject to fire department approval. It would seem to me if we made it very clear what we were requiring, and Oakland actually has very specific guidelines, it would be easier for people. So they didn't have to call the fire department to ask what was required. They could simply look at this checklist and see what was required.
If I could address that question on behalf of Chief Boydo. He's out of town right now, but I did speak to him this afternoon about that question. And their preference is to keep it general. They would like to be able to review what is proposed and discuss that with an applicant, rather than to try to create a pre-established list of, to create the list and then to maintain the list for what products are available. It's a little bit challenging, and just letting the applicant come forward with whatever they would like to do, and they would respond to that in that way.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's all my questions. I have a lot of thoughts, but I can wait.
Thank you. Let me go back to Councilman Regeria, if you will. She had a follow-up question, I think.
Just a follow-up question I want to ask. This is going to be more insurance, risk, safety. So indemnification clause, where does that lie? Do we have one in place?
I don't know that we have one in the guidelines right now, but I think we could certainly put one within the permit
Definitely
application.
need one for that. And then also, have you worked with your JPA as far as, what they would cover? If there's money available to help, I know we're asking for $15,000, but they may have some money where they help the cities to help make sure that we minimize the risk in putting this in place.
And we do have, this is done as part of an encroachment permit, so we do have conditions of approval and indemnifications associated with our standard encroachment permit.
Okay, and so I guess just my concern is I remember back in 2020, I believe, or 21, we had a storm and there was debris everywhere, right? And so at some point, if a car, if anyone would have, struck that or child, whatever, that onus would have been upon us too. So I just want to make sure that the city is protected, although we do have the large amount of insurance we're requiring for $1 million. I think we still need to make sure that we're covered. So I would like to see something from our JPA on how or what that would look like from their litigation management department, and work with BBK to try to make sure that we're protected as much as possible. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
I had a quick question. So if I understood what you asked, or what you said, the JPA actually offers funding sometimes to...
They do. It depends. I mean, it's been years, so don't quote me on this. But they do often have funding available that cities can tap into. I don't know what that looks like now, again, but it's definitely worth exploring and just see if they offer something, or even I do know what they used to have where someone would come out, walk with like Jeff Bond, and you all just to kind of look at things and say, no, you need to fix this, or, just to try to minimize the risks. I think you did an excellent job. Please don't take it that I don't, but I think just an extra set of eyes, because if a lawsuit do come, you're going to be looking into them too, because our SRR is so low. We're looking into them to support us and take care of it. If they deny it, again, the onus is on us. So.
Thanks. Yeah, interesting. Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, I'm wondering, with just 15, was there in existence right now, was there an opportunity to talk with the Parklet people and find out, their perspective? I look at some of the emails that have come in, and it looks like maybe some people have not engaged with the process as it developed, even though it went through 3 committees.
I know that we did have some of the Parklet owners reply to our survey. I don't know whether we had any sort of one-on-one conversations, although we have had a few submit comments at multiple different public meetings.
Okay. I think it's going to be important. Well, I guess this is more for the comment portion of the meeting, but at this juncture, it seems like it fits, that I think it's going to be very important that we try to have some individualized work with these restaurants and cafes. These are micro businesses. These people are entrepreneurs. They're not, contractors. And we want to be able to work with them in such a way that they're able to comply. And it just seems like a really important part of part of this going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez.
This may be a little tangential, but it strikes me that we have another kind of parklet in addition to the kind we're talking about here, of the permanent kind. I'm thinking of the one by Hal's Coffee and As You Wish. And so to sort of add context that this, do we have any plans to explore making any more of those sorts of permanent installations on the, is that anywhere in our planning at the moment?
AC Transit, when they reviewed this, they've expressed interest in additional bus stop parklets and would be happy to entertain that. We did have some discussions. There is, of course, a spectrum. This is one use of in-street. Those were more permanent installations, have a bus stop component, and are publicly accessible spaces, so they don't have table service or that kind of more exclusive business use associated with those. So it was a slightly different angle on those. We did have discussions with the advisory bodies on what level of public access or requirement of that, and we landed on reducing the annual fee in tandem with anyone wanting to provide more publicly available space as part of their installation.
And AC Transit was open to that and willing to think about it?
Yeah, AC Transit would be interested in additional bus stop parklets, and they just noted that anyone proposing an installation near them needs to coordinate with them, make sure that it doesn't impact their patron access or their bus access.
Great, thank you.
So can I ask a follow-up question on that? The two bus stop parklets that we have, they don't pay an additional fee every year, is that correct?
That's correct.
Because they're public spaces.
That's how we
Among other-
distinguish.
among other things.
It's more permanent installation, and it's required to maintain publicly accessible space.
So somewhere I read that if there could be a fee reduction to have it more accessible to the public, but then I thought I heard that that was really only for AC Transit bus stops. So what am I missing?
If someone was proposing, instead of to have it be exclusive use for their business as patrons, if it was just open seating for anyone, we are proposing that annual fee either not apply if that's the entire space, or if they have a public table or a public bench as a portion of their parklet, that percent of the parklet space basically be an equivalent reduction of the annual fee.
Thank you.
At least one of the installations that's shown on the map is not on the road surface, specifically the one at Solano Junction. Would this policy, if it were adopted, apply to that as well, or not? I mean, I know you were showing them all on the map, but
They would need to, they applied under the temporary program. They would need to come in either under cafe seating or this program. This program left open anything that's not in a parking space to be under staff discretion. So it would.
So is there a cafe seating permit, encroachment permit policy already in place?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't realize that. There's two tables in front of Mr. Dewey's on that curb extension. This is getting into the details, but I'm curious if you happen to know, and you might not, if those have an encroachment permit.
I don't believe we have one for that.
Okay, interesting. All right, well, we'll come back to that. Does providing public access, a lot of these parklets don't have furniture built into them. If a business were to say our parklet's available to the public, but then they take in their furniture when they're not open, does that qualify? Does that not qualify? I'm unclear on that.
Open to guidance on that. I think in the guidelines before you just stated that they need to sign that it's publicly available, as the current permanent ones do, but
Okay.
if they I forget if we specify that it needed to be permanent seating or not for that.
I don't think we specified that, and we do have a requirement that movable seating and furniture should be either brought inside or locked when not in use.
Right.
But I don't think we have a requirement that the public seating need to be permanent
Yeah.
and fixed.
Okay. Thank you. Is the Alameda, and I guess it was the first year, I don't know if that first year has already passed or if that first year is starting now, but in the materials that were provided to us in November, it was listed as $500 for Alameda, and I don't know, it wasn't clear if that was per parklet, per parking space, it just said $500.
I believe that was per parklet, although
Okay.
It's been a little while since I've looked at it.
That was the impression that
Yeah.
they gave, so,
And they're planning to increase it over time each year.
okay. But we don't know. I searched to see if I could find their schedule. I couldn't find it readily, but
I don't think they actually have a schedule yet. I think it's still somewhat in flux. Kind of seeing how COVID goes, I imagine.
yeah. And winter's coming. Who knows? Big question. Does the slope of the road, and you may well not know the answer to this offhand, but does the slope of the road meet ADA guidelines anywhere within the car parking area? I mean, I'm sure it would meet the guidelines for running, but given that it has to include turnaround, then cross slope comes into play, and the cross slope requirements are pretty small tolerance.
We don't know. That's why we left it open that they could use the street surface, but we're not sure how well they'll be able to meet
Yeah.
ADA with that.
Now, my guess is it's not going to work anywhere, but that's just a guess. So we'll be looking at platforms everywhere. The businesses have an opportunity to, and I think they did, but I think the business had an opportunity to seek ARPA funds to compensate for the cost of the temporary parklet construction. And
Yes.
do you know, did any of the businesses or many of the businesses avail themselves of that or not?
I believe they did.
Okay, thanks. And on the building code applying to parklet structures that are more than 4 feet, I think I heard, could you give me an example of, so that the example of Zaytoon was brought up earlier, so that's more than 4 feet. So what about a structure like that would need to change to meet building code, or does it meet building code? I don't know what building code looks like for a kind of a trellis structure with a roof.
Off the top of my head, I imagine the main thing that would be significant would be the connections between the post holding it up and the roof, since there could be some wind load that could grab hold of the roof. And again, the railings, depending on how council gives us direction on that, that would be another area where we would look at how those connections are done. The lumber itself, it's 4x4s or something like that. That's going to obviously be compliant. And just about back to the question that Councilmember McQuaid had about the load on the floor. Again, standard lumber would be more than adequate to accommodate the load. Oakland standard of 100 pounds per foot is on the high end. A home is built to a load of 40 feet per square foot. So 100 is on the high end of that spectrum from 40 to 100. But it wouldn't be difficult to accomplish anything in between. It's just how much lumber is going to be used underneath the platform, basically.
Great, thank you. I think, well, and to confirm, I think you said that there's none of the blocks defined as both sides of the street currently have parklets occupying 40% of the parking spaces?
That's correct. Sorry.
Okay.
I think the densest blocks we have are about 30% of parking spaces that
Okay.
are occupied by parklets.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Councilmember Gary.
I have another insurance question. All right. So what I didn't see was signage. And as you're walking, let's just say, for instance, there is a pedestrian walking on that sidewalk, and you have a waitress, waiter, or worker coming out with hot food. They bump into them. Someone gets burned. Who's responsible? It's our sidewalk, right? But it's a business that's trying to get out to the parklet. What kind of signage, or have we thought about how would we alert pedestrians that, food will be coming out or something? I mean, again, just to minimize the risk, so.
We don't have any requirements for the sidewalk zones.
So I think we probably will need to explore that.
I was recently at a conference and went to a session on this, and one of the things they mentioned was finding out if it's legal with the health department to move hot food from inside of the restaurant to outside and crossing the public right-of-way, where there's, lots of germs and people and everything else. So that might be something else to look at, is just the transfer of food, if that's a problem.
I mean, and my concerns, again, it's not just for the city, but for the small businesses, right? We don't want them to go under because, we haven't provided them enough support and to thrive. But, these are just concerns, and simply because I've seen this in my day job where, these concerns have been brought up, and we're paying out millions because, again, the information is not being put out to the business owner, and of course, that risk is turned back to the public entity to, take on. So I just want to make sure that both parties know the risks and that we're covered. That's all. Thank you.
Yes.
Just one follow-up, Mayor, on your question. The existing policy we have on encroachment for cafe seating, is there a fee associated with that? And if so, how much?
I believe we process it without a fee.
That's correct. That's been a long-standing practice, basically to have acknowledgement and indemnifications and hold harmlesses. But then what we're talking about are the small tables, chairs that will be outside of a cafe where you can sit down and have a sandwich or a cup of coffee, and there's nothing at all permanent about it. It doesn't block the function of the sidewalk, that kind of thing. Lots of places in town that are doing that. Some have gotten this, many others haven't.
Thank you.
Seeming there.
Hold off.
Okay.
I won't be the dead horse. I'll just be like, what about this? I'll hold up.
We'll come back.
You're right.
So I think we'll go to public comment now. City Clerk, how many hands are raised, if you would?
We have 2 hands raised in the virtual.
Okay. Yeah, so if you could give each one 3 minutes. And I see the number 21 in terms of attendees currently. Thank you, City Clerk.
The virtual one first?
I'm not on my game. Yeah, why don't we mix it up, go virtual, and then I'll have the person in the room speak, and then we'll go back to virtual. Thank you. Welcome.
All right, thank you. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, Todd Abbott. I'm on the chair of the Economic Development Committee, and I'm making myself available in case you have any questions about the discussion or the questions process that we went through. I do also have a couple comments, not as the chair of the Economic Development Committee. First off, I'd like to see a real commitment to enforcement. We've gotten into real problems with the structures we have out there because they've basically gone without review, significant review. I've brought this up a dozen times, live electrical cord going over the public right-of-way at about 3 feet off the ground, very professionally waterproofed by being wrapped with cellophane. So I just can't believe that has been there more than a year. And I want to see some sort of commitment to enforcement. Nothing we do here makes a difference if it's not enforced. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I guess we'll go to the next virtual comment.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeffrey Luna Sparks, also known as Jingle Jeff to families in Albany. I'm a music teacher in the Albany Public Schools, and I am an Albany homeowner. I just want to thank everybody on the City Council and all the committees for all the incredible work you've done in this process of the parklets. And all the meetings you've attended. I'm a very strong supporter of the parklets. I think it's really upgraded the city, and I'm very excited that you want to upgrade the parklets to be even more attractive and also be safer. I want to thank all the restaurants and cafes who, instead of going out of business during COVID, they hurried and found a solution, and they hurried and put up these parklets. And so there are a lot of things that, need to be maybe fixed. One thing that I really love the idea that you have a grant of $15,000 to help each business. But I would really, really like to propose that you make Albany one of the leaders that I believe Albany in the Bay Area is such a leader, and reduce that fee to the businesses significantly. I heard one council person say maybe $375. And I think $750 per parking space is way too much, because we're not even charging for parking. And I would really like to see Albany be the leader in this and support our businesses so they don't go out of business, and lower that fee significantly. I really hope that we continue having the parklets. I think they're really a fantastic addition to the Albany restaurants and cafes. And I just strongly, strongly encourage you to really reduce those fees so we don't have the restaurants and cafes go out of business. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. And we're going to take a comment in the room now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jeremiah Garrett Pinguello. I'll start with the fee of $750 per year. That's an average of what, $2 a day? Maybe $2.50 a day? No more than $3 per day. I don't think a business is going to go under over $2.50 a day per parking space. Simple math. I think it's obviously a fair price, $750 a year. It's more than fair. I'm sure if the city of Albany was charging for parking, City of Albany would be making more for a meter. So either keep it the same as $750 or raise it. I know people are going to be against it, but if you do the math, that's only $2, $3 a day. Businesses are making way more than $2, $3 a day on that. So anyway, regarding K-rails, I'm a longshoreman at the Port of Oakland, and I myself have been saved by a K-rail. A semi-truck hauling a 40-foot shipping container loaded with 20,000 pounds hardly budged that K-rail at all. K-rails themselves weigh a good half a ton. You could split a K-rail in half and still move it with a forklift. Also, on these parklets, each business within the city, in the municipal code, it says shall be displayed, and shall refers to the word mandatory. A no smoking sign on every single business. So the idea is, why don't we display a no smoking sign on the parklets as well? I've sent emails to City Council posting photos of people smoking cigarettes in an unused parklet at night. So we should display signs so public is aware of the municipal code for public health and safety. Also, the idea, Janelle Gary, council member, the roller cart food delivery. I think it would be a great idea to have a roller cart to deliver hot food, possibly put the food on a cart that has wheels and wheel it out. That may take some liability of someone carrying a hot plate. So that's just an idea, just throwing it out there. Maybe the food could be pushed on a roller cart with a little bell or something as just a cautionary measure. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I recall, there's at least one more person. Four more. Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for this discussion. I just have a couple of quick questions and pieces of input. My first question is, were the temporary permit holders sent a notification that this was on the agenda for this evening? I think that it's really important that they are aware that the fate of their outdoor dining, which has carried them through the pandemic, is being decided in these critical elements. Second, timeline for compliance. I would really hope, again, that the city is checking with those business owners. I know with some parts of construction and the planning, if you're a solo business owner, as one council member very wisely noted, sometimes there's not a team here behind this. It's one or two people, and they're busy running a business. So then having to coordinate construction and compliance, that could get challenging to do in a very short timeline. So we need to support as much as possible. Finally, the fees that we're going to charge per parking space. What will these go to support in the city? What are these being used for? I personally own a business in Albany. I've called and sent an email about a tree that is dangerous. Been waiting and waiting and waiting, and nothing has happened. It's endangering public safety. I would be hesitant to pay more fees unless I knew what they were going towards, what they were supporting, and how they were helping to make things safer and keep things moving in the city. So I think being very clear about why we're charging these fees and what they're being used for would be helpful. And I also think that really discussing with the businesses what portion of their revenue those fees are, and understanding that when we help them increase their sales, if there's sales tax or other taxes on these things, that the city is also benefiting from that increased revenue of the businesses. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Andrea Venezia, and I've been a resident in Albany since the 90s. And like Jeff Luna Sparks, I am just thrilled with the Parklets, and I really appreciate your leadership with this issue. In the beginning of the pandemic, I was just so worried that our restaurants would go under, and seeing people eating together outside has just been so wonderful during this pandemic, and the isolation that many of us have felt has been sort of broken up by seeing that community being built along Solano. And they're just really magical at night when they're all lit up. So I'm thrilled that you would like to improve them and strengthen and support what's happening there. And we have a really science-attuned populace, I think, with regard to eating inside compared to nationally what's happening. And our restaurants need to be able to thrive without indoor eating as we experience waves of infections. So my main focus tonight is really brief, just on affordability for small businesses and on being attuned to equity issues to make sure that our businesses can afford these costs. And since we don't charge for parking, I just question it seems pretty exorbitant, the current proposal for the parking spaces. It seems really reasonable to have fees cover the costs to the city, but I am questioning whether what you have proposed right now in front of you is reasonable. And so I wanted to just chime in today to urge you to reduce the cost per parking space. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there. How appropriate that it's Albany Local Week and you're discussing how to enhance our business district permanently.
Sorry about that, Amy. Go ahead.
All right, we had a glitch there, speaker.
Can you start your clock again, please? Start your clock again, please. Thank you. Hi. Okay. It's very appropriate that it's Albany Local Week and you're discussing how to enhance our business district permanently. In July, my 14-year-old niece came here from New York. She spent a week here. We explored the Bay Area. Every night we came back to Albany for dinner. We ate at a different parklet every evening. She loved the food, the atmosphere, meeting my friends and neighbors, either intentionally or when they walked by. She felt really at home on Solano Avenue. She'd take morning walks on her own and buy breakfast, snacks, or a drink. And she told me after, she said she was really struck by the community feeling here. I mean, this is a teenager. So this is how visitors from other towns perceive Albany when they're introduced to our city via the parklets. They want to come back, explore more, and spend money. One thing I want you to acknowledge, as the previous speaker said, we have a science-oriented community. Outdoor dining is not perk. It's still a necessity. COVID isn't over. The letters to you underline what I feel. Many business owners said to you that often the indoor dining is barely used and people are waiting in line for outdoor dining. People who have family that's immunocompromised or elderly, people like me or restaurant staff, who if they're infected, they can't work and make a living, they only will eat outdoors, period. So this is not like, oh, wow, let's just make it outdoor dining because it's really nice. It's survival mode for these restaurants. Many do need the 3 parking spaces, so please take the Transportation Commission's recommendations not to have limitations of 2 spaces under any particular circumstances, but rather go on a case-by-case basis. There's plenty of parking on side streets, and we have plenty of bike parking. A few non-restaurant businesses wrote to you about how the foot traffic does help them. As Michelle pointed out in her presentation, a majority of all businesses support Parklet, so please keep that in mind. Remember that these small business owners, these families have been digging into their pockets since the pandemic to enhance their spaces however they could. Now they have an opportunity to make these parklets permanent and really robust to continue to survive and allow themselves and their staff to make a viable living. In the past, the city's granted money to various causes and events, some of which enhance our city's economy, some of which don't. The permanent parklet program will be costly for these restaurants to make ADA compliant and comply with the new regulations, and in some cases build full structures. So it would be completely appropriate for the city to reduce fees while COVID's still around and give grants or stipends to the businesses to make necessary improvements. This would be an investment in our city's ambience and our economy. You'll get the money back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Isaac? Are you there?
Yeah, hi, everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, my name is Izzat Elian. I am one of the owners of Zaytoon Restaurant. First, I want to start by thanking the city of Albany for allowing the parklet in the past 2 years. It's really been a lifeline for us. It helped us survive the pandemic. As an owner of a small restaurant, I was very scared when the pandemic hit. My staff was very scared. We did our best to keep our staff and to stay in business. And when we were allowed to have a parklet, it was like it changed the whole thing for us. I believe that we survived the pandemic. One reason that we survived the pandemic is because of the parklet. I understand the concerns of the safety, and we are willing to work with the city to make the parklet safe. I hope that we can be allowed enough time and resources to work with the city and to submit whatever the city requires us to submit to keep our parklet. With that, I want to thank everybody for your help and support in this parklet program. Thank you.
Thank you for building a parklet. Welcome.
Hi, I just can't tell you how much I enjoy the parklets and how much I believe it enhances really the community and just the value of being in Albany. I think it really outshines the gourmet ghetto. I think it outshines College Avenue, or really any place in the entire Bay Area. I really think it draws people in, and I really sympathize with the business owners that have been through so much, and I'm urging you to please not charge them anything for the next couple of years until they get a chance to get back on their feet. This really enhances all of Albany's property and property value. And I don't think this should be on the shoulders of these poor folks who have been struggling for so long. So thank you all for listening. Bye.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, City Clerk. Yes,
So it's
Councilwoman Garrett.
insurance again.
Okay.
So my question is, you know, who's taking the lead? And what I mean by that, we have Albany Inside Out. So there should be only one voice leading these businesses on what to do, how to do. If we have too many people directing and providing information, that's where the confusion come in. So I guess, and again, that's risk, because Albany Inside Out, I'm sure they don't have the deep pockets as a city and the protection. So if something was to happen, again, that's another entity that's coming in to a lawsuit. So somehow we need to make sure that it's the city working directly with the businesses, providing instruction, and making sure that everything is in place and in order based on whatever we put in place. So that's just my concern, just making sure there's a streamline of who the businesses need to be speaking with. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor Tubin.
So thank you first to staff and everyone who's commented. This has been obviously a lot of work and gone through pretty much every committee it could have gone through, which is no mean feat. I think we've been presented with a really good opportunity and a good program, and we would be foolish not to encourage this sort of thing, especially as we've heard pretty overwhelmingly from the community that this is what people want. I'd say the only changes that I would want us to make from the council level is that this has worked really well so far, leaving it in the hands of staff to decide, you know, what works. So I don't see any need to limit the number of parking spaces, even when we're at that 40%. I can see situations in which it might still work. And also, we haven't even gotten there yet, so I don't really see why we have to put a limit on it. As for the fee, I would be fine with eliminating the fee, the $750 fee completely for now. It may be something that we have to think about in the future, but at the moment, you know, businesses are still struggling. This is a really beneficial thing for the entire city, so I don't see a reason to charge one for now. Maybe we revisit it later.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. I want to echo what Elaine Stelton, I think if I've got the name right, said, that the Solano Avenue parklets are really something very special. And I've gone and I've eaten in parklets in other places around the East Bay, at least. Haven't spent much time in San Francisco lately. But it really is an amazing thing and livens the entire community in a really wonderful way. And I think that making sure, I think first of all, we owe a real debt of gratitude to the Albany Inside Out people who, you know, worked as volunteers to make it happen. But I think it's on us now to make sure that it can go forward as a permanent program. I agree with the idea that we should eliminate the fee. I think that for at least for the first 3 years, and perhaps accompanied by some kind of warning that there will be a fee eventually, but during this transitional period when people have to create these parklets, you know, they have to bring their parklets into conformity with the rules. I think that it would make a great deal of sense to see that $750 invested in better parklets as they are made permanent. And I think, again, it will be very important that we have adequate, I hate to say it because I know how understaffed all of our departments are, but it's going to be very tough for community development. But I think it should be manageable with 15 parklets. We need to have some individual work with the parklet owners to be sure. We've got people who run ethnic restaurants who, you know, it isn't even, English is not even their first language, much less are they contractors or bureaucratic navigators. They're going to need some assistance, and I think the city should give that to them. But all in all, I think this is you guys have done a wonderful job. Thank you. I'm thrilled to see it coming forward. I hope we have more parklets in the future, and I hope to see it go on and continue to thrive. Thank you.
Just one more. So if I know I'm beating this to death, I'm sorry, but I just want us, to be covered, right? And so if we can put, when we're reaching out to the businesses, maybe have some documentation, advising them of some of the concerns that I spoke about as safety, right? Protecting their businesses. Their insurance company usually will do that, but I think from a city perspective, the JPA, again, they'll have this information, but we should be able to give that to them so they can have some type of guidelines on what to expect, what to look out for, and how to maintain their parklets. So I think it's just important. The more communication we give to them to reduce the risk is probably going to be better for us as well. So, and I'm done. I won't say anything else about risk.
I will.
Okay, we'll go ahead.
I think, what everybody said is thank you all for all of your work, and to the public and to the businesses who have, hung in there with us. But I think we need to stop thinking about these as guidelines and start thinking about these as the rules for the Parklet program. Because when I think of guidelines, they're a little wiggly and a little wobbly, whereas if you have very clear rules, it's just easier for everybody. Everyone knows what's expected, and it's a level playing field. So I think we should take out the word guidelines and have this be the rules. And I just have a lot of different thoughts. I'm just going to go through them real quickly. I think if a business is located and using a bulb out, there are several that are doing that, they shouldn't be allowed then to have an additional space, because then in fact they're getting 2 parklets. And I think that's not really fair. One of our people that wrote to us, Mr. Mickey, suggested that businesses could combine and have 4 spaces for 2 businesses. And I think that's a good option. So I think I would like to see us leave that on the table. We talked about ADA and surface materials. I think it should be more than just in an ADA section. I think the entire thing should be non-skid. People aren't only disabled in one area, they need to cross the entire area. So I think the whole thing should be non-skid coating. I'd like to see some kind of language in here about vermin. I think when you have food and you have kind of under the parklet areas where critters and other things will accumulate, we need to address that. I think we have to be very careful about sight lines. That's gotten better over the years, but it's something we need to be very careful of. I'd like to see the property owner also sign off on the permits, rather than just the business owner, but the person who owns the property. If there is a legal issue, they will certainly be brought in, and we don't want them to be saying, what parklet? There's a new bill, AB 1989, from Assemblymember Quirk, and I'm just going to read it real quick. It expands the ability of insurance companies writing liability policies to provide or offer a discount on insurance premiums when the property owner or business owner installs approved vehicle barriers to protect diners and others in adjacent outdoor areas under a commercial property insurance. I think it might be interesting if we can let people know about that without giving them legal advice, but certainly direct them toward AB 1989. And when we get this all sorted out and we have our rules really firm, I would certainly like to see our risk management people review it. And I think you had a really good idea of having them walk the street with staff and really make sure we're not missing anything. Because I think it's really important that we get this right. as far as the fees, have we thought about how much this program's going to cost to administer? And I'm not sure how you would figure that out, but.
It's partly dependent on how many applications we receive, but it will be a relatively substantial amount of community development department time over the next 6 months as we are looking to have folks come in and upgrade their.
I'm actually thinking more over the, say, the year that people are paying the $750 or actually $1,500. What is, will there be a cost to the city over that time? I mean, there will be some cost because you'll have to monitor it. I think if we knew that, that might help us think about how much we should be charging. I think, yeah, I'm really kind of torn on the fee. I certainly understand lowering it as much as possible. But on the other hand, businesses are getting an increase in their square footage, and their property taxes are not going up. I want to make sure the city doesn't lose money on this. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess, let me say one more thing.
Yeah, sure.
I think I'm still a little bit concerned about the lack of serious barriers around the parklets on the street side. I'd like us to think a little bit about that. Now I'm done.
Okay.
Well, maybe not.
Let's see, I'm wondering on the $15,000, as I understand the staff proposal is that would be available if a platform is needed and specifically for a platform. Is that correct, as opposed to the whole parklet? Yeah.
That's what we're proposing, that it'd be reimbursement for costs associated with the platform.
Platform, okay. I guess I'd be in favor of just making that available, whether platform is needed or not. Of course, they have to show that they have an expense that they're recharging against. The requirement to upgrade to the permanent by the end of March seems soon to me. It's been stated that these are small businesses that are operating their businesses and to put together plans and get a contractor and get it done. And I know we're used to rainless years now, rainless years on end. It could be a stormy winter, in which case it'll be that much more difficult to do construction outside. So I have some interest in moving that date out, whatever the deadline for the existing parklets to be converted or not. We'll offer, I think it's doubtful that all the parklets that are out there are going to be converted into permanent parklets, given the expense and the complexity involved. And so in that regard, given that none of the blocks currently are at the 40% level, I don't see the need for that 40% rule. I think what I thought was in there was the alternative was any parklet that's over 2 spaces, it would be 3 spaces, would go to planning and zoning and be somewhat at the discretion of the city. I think that's a good approach. I don't think the 40% is needed, given that we're not there now, and the parklets are much easier to construct in the temporary basis than they are going to be on the permanent basis. On the fee, I asked staff, and I appreciated staff provided this answer today. I sent the question this morning. They relay that 22 of the 100 highest sales tax generators in Albany are Solano Avenue restaurants. With few exceptions, restaurants are above 2019 sales, so they've more than recovered to their benefit and our benefit, at least on a day-to-day sales. It doesn't mean they've recovered from the losses they may have suffered. And for the restaurants with parklets have a higher rate of growth. But it's not clear from sales tax data if this is cause and effect or correlation. As such, my inclination is to think the Parklets probably have increased sales tax revenue to the city. And so in that sense, the city is seeing some gain without having to charge for this space. So I'm inclined not to charge initially, and maybe instead of making it 3 years, it's, I don't know, the first 2 years, and then we revisit it. Although it's hard for a business owner. I mean, I know business is like certainty. So if they are expected to invest in a parklet and not having certainty on what the fees would be in the out years, on the other hand, if the city's providing $15,000 of ARPA funds, that defrays that. So I'm not sure where to land on that, but I'd be interested in the council's thoughts. There was a concern that was emailed to the council regarding the parklet at Barney's. The angle of the parking spaces to the east of Masonic is quite a bit shallower than the angle of the parking spaces to the west of Masonic. West of Masonic, the parking spaces are 60 degrees to the curb. East of Masonic, they range from 35 to 45 degrees to the curb. And so the parklet at Barney's is blocking the view of the restaurant adjacent to a large extent from passing motorists. In that adjacent restaurant, there's a fire hydrant, and so they have a red curb in front. So they can either have a parklet themselves, and the parklet that exists is obscuring them. I think that's something that needs to be solved. I don't know how to solve that, but I think policy, discussion, I don't know what the appropriate approach would be. As Councilman McQuaid offered, John Mickey emailed the thought of shared parklets, which is essentially what the two public parklets are currently. You have the one parklet that's essentially being shared by Hal's office and frozen yogurt shop. So maybe it'd be possible for those two entities to share it. I don't know. The city can't necessarily make that happen. So I'm not sure. I would look to staff for maybe some ideas on how to solve that particular situation. And that's the situation that it could occur if parklets are built in other places east of Masonic. There aren't so many east of Masonic, so it hasn't come up, but it's something to be prepared for. I see Director of Community Development standing at the podium, so.
Please finish your comments.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop there. That's pretty much it. I got a few other things, but not on parklets.
Okay, I just wanted to comment on a couple of your comments just to give you some information. With regard to the situation at Barney's, we have had attempted, Brendan in particular has made an effort to resolve that issue. We've not been successful to bring those two businesses into a common agreement on what to do. There are other situations, at least one other situation where we have that right now. And while we appreciate your confidence in staff being able to resolve every problem, there are a few that we're not resolving. And so there may be a role for the Planning and Zoning Commission or whatever commission or committee you wish to designate it for yourselves to resolve some of those conflicts, because they're out there and we're not getting a happy outcome for everybody involved. So I wanted to give you that additional piece of information. And then with respect to the extending the timeline, the caution I would give the council as you're considering that, I completely understand it from the business perspective, but the issue is they're out of compliance with federal and state accessibility regulations. And that's a very real thing. And we want to get that compliance in place as quickly as possible. I would feel better if we didn't go through another summer where there's going to be a lot of activity in some of these restaurants with platforms that are out of compliance, particularly given that hopefully we're out of the COVID, the most intense parts of COVID, and so some of the leniency that we might get in a pandemic era probably won't continue for long. So I just wanted to give you that cautionary thought that there's pressure both ways with respect to the time frame extension. Thank you.
So my question is about the businesses that are not restaurants. And in some cities, you see where, you're able to order ahead and pick up a particular item that you ordered. have we thought about that or making room for that? I mean, I know one of the callers says there's plenty of parking, and oftentimes, especially on Saturdays or Sundays, it's brutal trying to find somewhere to park, right? So if someone is just saying, you know what, I don't have time to keep circling, I just want to grab something from, one of the local shops, just get in and get out. What can we do to, or have we thought about trying to accommodate, businesses that may want to start offering that pickup service?
It's a good question. I actually fielded a call from a DoorDash person, a person working for DoorDash who had that complaint, that it was challenging to pick up. And that's just, we have a limited resource of parking spaces, and you're making that decision about how many of those we're going to make available to vehicles versus making them available for other things, including restaurants. I'm sorry to answer your question by putting it back on you, but it's your call.
I think we really need to think about that. I mean, we want to support all of our businesses, but there are, ways to increase the businesses that are not restaurants, their revenue, and if they want to offer that service to help them, I mean, why would we eliminate that? And like he said, DoorDash, they'll drive around. Oftentimes, they'll park in the middle of the street with the flashes on, hold up traffic. That's inconveniencing everyone, not just that driver, but everyone that's trying to get down, especially the holidays with them coming up. I think we need to just think about, I know Vice Mayor Jordan has said, Vice Mayor Cheatham, and I apologize, stated that, we shouldn't limit those parking spaces. But again, I just want us to be cognizant of our other small businesses that don't offer that, and just, some toy places, things. I know me, sometimes I just want to jump in, jump out, but oftentimes we can't do that. So what can we do to, be thoughtful for everyone involved in this decision? That's my question. Thank you.
There's been a lot of discussion. I don't know. I do believe we have a resolution in front of me. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on whether we just provide guidance or we try to make adjustments, or if somebody wants to move the resolution.
I think it would be helpful to staff if we were pretty specific. We've gone through 3 committees. I think it is ripe for the council to make some decisions here. And I would have a few specific proposals, one of which is to eliminate the fee for, let's say, the first 2 years, with a very clear indication that a fee will kick in, so that nobody feels that they've been encouraged to build a parklet without realizing that they were going to have to pay a fee down the line. They should have to pay the permit fee that should cover at least some of the processing. But I'm suggesting that the $750 fee kick in after a couple of years, and that $1,500 per parklet could be invested in the work that needs to be done to bring the parklets into compliance. I also agree with the mayor and vice mayor that the 40%, I'd rather see that be more flexible for that the planning or perhaps appealable to the Planning and Zoning Commission, that it shouldn't be a rigid and absolute rule. But and while I do agree with Councilmember McQuaid that we need rules, not just guidelines, I think the 40% can be a guideline that can be subject to a more final determination by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Those are the 2 that were most key to me. I think we can give direction on some of the insurance issues. Yeah. I think those are very legitimate and serious concerns. There is no way to eliminate the danger completely, any more than we can eliminate the danger of people crossing the street. There's a certain inherent danger here, but we've seen cars drive into plate glass windows up and down Solano. These things happen. but anything that we can do in this process to reduce the risk is going to be important. But I'm not inclined to add hay-rails or bollards or whatever it may be at this juncture.
On a recommendation. So I just want the council to consider if we could just, the businesses like Golden Hour, the toy stores, if we could just do one parking space, and if we could ask the staff to help, or if they get money from the opera funds, to put a sign up basically saying that, like let's say for instance, Golden Hour parking space. And then that way, no one is infringing on that parking space. I've seen where I've heard where, one parking space in front of a local business that wasn't a restaurant was open, but the business owner parked in that space, so it's not helping. So I just want us to be thoughtful and kind as we're all trying to work together. And I think one parking space close to that is not gonna hurt. I just want us to really think about that and see if we can make that happen. I'm just asking for one, and then you have the rest of the parking spaces available. But again, we need to help. I think Jeff Bond said that they're having trouble with businesses want to work in most instances. So I think if we take the hard line saying, 2, 3, whatever, leave one available for, merry-go-round or golden hour, so they can also, get the clientele that they're used to having as well. So that's just my suggestion.
I'm going to suggest that.
Once more. Yeah, Vice Mayor.
I was just thinking on that, on the issue of, people wanting to run in and not being able to find parking. The issue that presents to me is doing short-term spaces of, you can be here for 20 minutes or whatever it is. That may not be part of these guidelines, but I think that's direction we could give to staff / the Transport Commission to explore and see if that is feasible / needed.
You already have 2 hours, 90 minutes, because they come around in that little cart and hit the back of those wheels. So I think anything over that, they're ticketing, and I hear them on a regular basis doing their job. So I think the 90 minutes should suffice.
I was just going to add that I think we're probably going off the topic of the parklets.
Okay.
But if we wanted to bring back an agenda item, it's really, I think, as Vice Mayor Tiedemann said, maybe it's shorter, like a 15 or 20-minute parking space.
The one last bit of direction, not part of the decision-making, but part of the direction, and I'm beating the deceased equine, but just asking the staff to give particular consideration to individual work with, because I think this is going to be very challenging for a lot of our small businesses.
I think so, yes.
Small restaurants and cafes.
So I'd be in favor. So I've heard two adjustments to the resolution, and then guidance outside of the resolution. The two adjustments I've heard posed by Councilmember Nason were to charge no fee for 2 years, that the 40% provision would be pulled out of the guidelines and considered a guideline, in effect, outside of the guidelines. And I think the guidelines, the suggestion from Councilmember McQuaid was to convert those to rules. Does that make sense? I don't know what the implication of calling something a rule versus a guideline is.
I think we could change the title to Parklet Regulations or something to that effect.
Does that work? Okay.
I think we would want to change some of the documents, like the first paragraph says it's intended to provide guidance. We'd make it clear it's a requirement.
Okay.
To comply.
I think that's probably a good idea. Change to regulation and requirement. Okay.
I do think, and I think Councilmember Gary and I are in agreement on this, that we need to have some discussion with our risk management folk before we totally sign and seal off on this. And I'm wondering if we can do that and bring this back to us. Because if we're not going to pay any attention to what they tell us, there's no point in talking to them. Let's not waste our time and their time. So is it possible to have that conversation and then bring this back with maybe any recommendations they have?
We can absolutely check in with our risk management advisors. We'll need to figure out the timeline for all that, and it may affect our dates in terms of when these permits are to take effect and whatnot, but we can look into that, and that would mean we're bringing the entire package back to the council.
But I'm kind of making a motion here, and I'd like us to take some kind of action so that the community knows where this is going.
Maybe the insurance portion of it, we could just, you know, because they have insurance, right? We've already required they have insurance. But I think if we can bring that portion back after speaking with the JPA, and then we can just, you know, if we need to tweak it, we can tweak it or make the necessary change. But I agree. I think we need to.
Yeah, that would be my preference as well, that the insurance piece be direction to staff.
Right.
And that they come back to us with more about that, but that we don't hold up the rest of the package.
And then I guess my other question is about the fee to ensure that the city isn't just losing money over without having some kind of an ongoing fee for this. And I'm not sure how to figure that out.
I mean, are you able to figure that out on previous data from
Okay, so it's
traffic? No?
No, I think we're kind of in the dark on this one, and I do not think it's a cost recoverable program. I'll be very honest about that. The fees that we have will not cover staff time as established. It looks like Jeff has more to add on that.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any substantial out-of-pocket expense that we can't absorb out of our regular budget. There'll be bits and pieces of things. I don't think we're going to hire someone to manage this program. It's not going to be to that scale. It'll just be a lot of, what the consequence that the council will feel is that we may be focused on this for a period of time and not have time to focus on some other things you wish we would be working on. But that's a trade-off you make and we make all the time. So.
Well, remind us of that when we're asking for other things, or remind them of that. But you are suggesting we keep the initial fee, right? The $222?
Yes, the permit application fee, yes.
I'm interested in changing the deadline maybe to Memorial Day, since that's
The permit?
Oh, yeah.
not for the permit fee, for the conversion, for the time at which the temporary encroachment permits expire. And if they want to continue with the parklet, it needs to comport to the new regulations and requirements. So that they have, through the winter and the spring, and when that traditional, although it's sort of an East Coast concept, more so than a West Coast concept, start of summer, it's that the permanent parklets will be in place for those businesses that want to have them.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, as long as we get the information, but again, I'm thinking of what could possibly happen and who would be holding the bag for an incident. So as long as we, staff gives us the information and we can start moving ahead, I would be in agreement with that.
I would say, because this has been a process that's mostly been defined by our staff working on a basically one-on-one basis with these businesses, if it's possible, if we can say, we're setting this date, but if there are extenuating circumstances, an extension needs to be made because, this business can't get their permanent application ready in that time, or, something else gets in the way. If there's a way for us to have leeway, I think that would be good at staff discretion. I think that would be useful. Otherwise, I'm fine with changing that date. I also just did want to mention for the fee waiving, we've suggested we do it for 2 years. I don't really see a point to do it for 2 years when we're doing a 3-year term permit. I would just say let's do it for the full 3-year term permit of the first term of this, and then it will change so that we're not messing around with changing anything midway through a permit. Let's just, if we're going to change the fee, I'll change it when there's re-upping in the process.
Sure.
Would there be a way if a business was not going to continue, that they read the rules and they think, I don't want to do this, that they have to remove their temporary installation by March 31st. Would that help us at all? Does that make any sense?
It's an interesting idea. In other words, if they haven't filed I don't know what the process is. I presume if something is going to be built, then something needs to be filed. I don't know if that's just the encroachment permit or if there's actual something more than the encroachment permit, or.
I would hope that businesses start to work on this pretty soon.
Right.
And so that orders can be placed in for the platform, whatever it's going to be, or a contractor be arranged, what have you.
I think that the suggestion, is that there would have to be a filing of, you tell me, you tell us, there has to be a filing of whatever plans, paperwork would need to be filed by March 31st, and the temporary parklet would have to be gone by Memorial Day, whether they've built the permanent parklet or not. And if they haven't filed that, then they're not interested in a permanent parklet, and the temporary parklet has to go away by March 31st.
We haven't, you're raising a really interesting point that we haven't really talked through the individual sequence of steps. I would, again, off the top of my head here, I would say if somebody wanted to be completed by Memorial Day, they really ought to get an application in to us. They'll need, kind of working backwards, they probably need, say, 2 or 3 months to construct it. This is a very simple structure. It won't take them long, but still, they need some time to arrange for that. We'll probably need, if it's a really good set of plans and a fully developed idea, we won't need long, maybe a couple of weeks to sign off on it, having everybody look at it, the fire department, public works, so forth. Mm-hmm. But if it's kind of a hand-drawn on the back of the envelope kind of thing, which we may get some of those, that could take a month or two. Mm-hmm. So I would say to a restaurant right now, if you want to be in by Memorial Day, then you really ought to get an application into us to have some breathing room by the end of the calendar year, at the end of 2022. Mm-hmm. And that would give us a month or two if we need it. Hopefully we don't. And then give them 2 or 3 months. Hopefully they don't need that in order to be in place. When talking about timelines, there was one other issue I'd like to just kind of test the council's reaction to is the question of enforcement. I think we had a public speaker this evening make the point, and I think he was correct in stating that we've been rather lenient over the past several years, and from my perspective at least, unless council wants to give direction otherwise, that leniency is going to kind of go away. We're not lenient when it comes to constructing built space. For example, accessibility. We don't waive that. You got to figure it out. We don't care how much it costs. And so we'll probably take a little bit harder line. Yes, there's a learning curve here, but again, using accessibility as an example, it's got to work, period. It's a federal civil rights law. That's not something we can mess around with for long. So we would be, again, with council direction, you can give us direction otherwise, but from where we're coming from, I think it's time to kind of be a little bit firmer about that. Thank you.
Works for me.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe having it the due date at the end of the year seems like it might be difficult for businesses. I mean, I understand the working backwards there, but I'm thinking about the business. I mean, imagine fall is going to be a pretty busy period for a lot of these businesses because the weather's usually pretty good, and then it's not long into the holidays. So my inclination is to make that the end of January. Should be typically a slower month for the businesses where they might have an opportunity to get their permit together or get the last parts of it together. And if they haven't submitted an application by then, and their temporary parklet needs to go away by the end of March. And if they have submitted it, then the temporary parklet is going to need to go away by Memorial Day, and presumably they'll have a permanent parklet, or they won't at that point. That
Makes sense.
makes sense? Okay. wanted to pick up on Councilmember Gary's indemnification requirement. So that was something that I think was additional to what's in the rules now. So this would be a requirement of indemnification of liability, the city's liability. Is that my understanding of how that works?
Right. I mean, we just don't want, you know, again, the examples I've given to fall back on the city. So we do need to have that in place.
And it's in the permits that are issued.
Oh, it is.
That indemnification.
It already is in there. Okay, so we don't need
And we'll make sure it's current and up to date.
Okay. Okay, so trying to craft where we're at, and might have gotten some of this wrong, but where I've heard the majority is at, not necessarily everybody, is no fee for 3 years, I think, is the current proposal. 40% and converting what are termed the guidelines to regulations, and then the language within requirements. 40%. Sentence regarding 40% of parking space on a block would be pulled out and would be retained by staff as guidelines to staff. I laid out the sequencing of timing. Would you like me to restate that? Okay. And indemnification we just covered. I think that might be it.
Direction to staff for insurance.
Direction, oh, well, yeah, so this is going to be the changes to the resolution, and then we can provide guidance separate from that? Okay. So maybe since I just laid all that out, I'll go ahead and move. I'll go ahead and move
I
that.
think it's still my motion.
Okay, yeah, I'll second it then.
Second it.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, very good. All right. So it's been, let me see, what was this? So Resolution 2022-101, establishing Parklet program regulations, we're calling it now, has been moved by Councilmember Nason and seconded by myself, Mayor Jordan, with the adjustments I just described. Are there any questions from staff on those adjustments? Okay. I think
Could I just ask one question? I'm fine with what we've got. I think the resolution is kind of the overarching, but it's not real specific. Are we going to talk about real specific things we'd like to see at some point? Or have we done that?
In the guidelines or
Yeah.
in them with the regulations?
In the
calling it out?
regulations. But I
Yeah.
don't think it has to be part of the resolution, but
Yeah, so the regulations, are they an attachment to the resolution? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I should go look. Yeah, the resolution just says, City Council hereby establish the outdoor dining program of guidelines. So it is referring to this document. So it would be outdoor dining program. And actually, it says outdoor dining. I mean, this really should be establish the permanent parklet regulations and sets, I described the date. I mean, sets January 31st as the date at which a permanent parklet application has to be submitted. March 31st is the date when a temporary parklet has to be removed if a permanent parklet application has not been submitted, and Memorial Day as the time in which a permanent parklet needs to be installed and all temporary parklets removed. And then I think the motion we're making on the resolution has made some changes to the regulations by one, changing the name to regulations, changing the language to requirements, as the city attorney suggested, removing the 40% statement out of there, and reducing the fee to 0 for 3 years. So all of those are things that are actually changes within the regulations. Are there other changes that you're interested in having in the regulations?
yeah, let me try these three. Something regarding surface materials being textured or treated with non-skid coating to prevent slippage. It was a little vague to me that it only had to be done in certain areas on a platform. I think the whole platform should be that way. And again, I think there should be something about, I don't know how you'd word this, but something about addressing the potential problems with vermin. And I don't know if other people feel the property owner should sign off on the permit, but I think that's important. So those are the three I would like to see added back in.
So taking those one at a time.
We could do kind of a
We'll do it as posed as
consensus.
friendly amendments.
Okay,
About basically no slip surface required throughout. Agreement on that? Seems like there's agreement on that. Okay, number 2 was that vermin?
Berman.
Vermin, okay. I don't know what could be added into that. I guess I would look to staff if there's anything that would make sense in that regard. I think the concern is food falls through. You have a sectional platform, food falls through, and
What about if we make these items, I agree with having that the owner must sign the permit. I think that I'd be surprised.
And that's new, because
Pardon?
we didn't have them do that before, I don't believe.
well, let me clarify. So there's the business owner, but I think you're talking about the owner of the adjacent property. So the owner of the building
No,
that's
the-
being leased?
Whoever owns the property where the,
Where the business is. So
Yeah.
yes, they do need to, because they will be brought in on.
I mean, the commercial property owner.
Absolutely, they need to sign it.
Yeah.
and I don't think we've done that so far.
If we've not done that, then certainly
yeah,
that would,
absolutely.
I would certainly want to add that. The other two, the non-slip and the vermin, I would suggest that be part of the direction to staff, that these are issues that concern us. I don't want to say, well, we need a very expensive type of surface if it could be adequately addressed with a partial surface or whatever. And I don't want to tell them what to do about the rats. There's going to be rats. There are rats now. But that these be health and safety type issues that we ask the staff to be mindful of as they're applying these regulations, but not try to create specific things we want them to do.
Okay.
Leave it to permit review,
Pardon?
essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess on having the commercial property owner sign or in addition to the business owner sign, I guess I don't understand that. I mean, this isn't on the commercial property owner's property. I'm concerned that having.
Oftentimes, the property owner can be removed out of a lawsuit, but you just need to cover all bases because they own the property.
They don't. I mean, we own the property. The city owns the property. I guess that's what's confusing me. The parklets are on city property.
But the use is auxiliary. I forget what the word is. The
So
use
if they're going back and
to the
forth,
property.
right. If anything happens, they need to be on there. They need to be on there. It's something we can double check with, if you want to double check with the JPA. But I would, if it was me, I would want to know what's going on with my property.
Yeah. I don't know, City Attorney, do you have any thoughts on this one way or the other?
I mean, it could be helpful if they're also indemnifying the city. It would be a joint level of indemnification, but it is something we can check with our risk pooling authority and
Okay.
see if they're comfortable with that.
So that does seem like it needs to be in the regulations. And so if we don't have an answer now, then either we don't do this or I don't know, what do we do?
I mean, let's just hold off on that until we get our answer back, if you want.
Okay, yeah.
Let's just hold off
Let's
on
make
that.
that part
Let's
of the
move-
direction regarding
Exactly.
the insurance.
Right.
Yeah, that we
Okay.
look at
So we might need to retrofit that back into
the regulations.
regulations.
Right.
Okay, all right.
We also have permit language. So when you get an encroachment permit, there's conditions of approval, there's permit language. So we could come back in consultation with our insurers to inform the language we have in the permit that they're signing.
Okay, which we're not passing one way or the other on that level of detail. Okay. All right, so then I think the three, we have no fee for 3 years, pull the 40% guidance out, or into guidance, change it to a regulation requirement. Dates I've already described. I think the other matters, the first two matters are going to building permit or permit review, and insurance is going to come back to us. So I think we're at a point where we can vote. Is everybody clear on what we're voting for? I know there's a lot of pieces here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Is staff clear on what we're voting for? Because that's more important than us being clear on what we're voting for.
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
You can watch it back.
Always got the tape, so, all right, okay. Okay, city clerk?
Councilmember Gary,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
All right. So we have actually talked about some guidance to staff in the midst of all this. So I don't know that you need us to elaborate on that anymore. I am concerned about the Barney's Nomad situation, particularly given what the community development director said. And so we don't, that's best solved by policy. We don't have a policy.
I have a question about that, if I can ask. I'm curious whether the two fire departments both signed off on that arrangement, because at least it seems to me the Parklet, the portion of the Parklet that is of concern to the Nomad people is also kind of blocking it's not really blocking the hydrant, but it's blocking part of the red zone. I'd get a ticket if I parked that far into a red zone, and yet we have a Parklet that extends into the red zone, and that concerns me.
We normally do have the fire department review these applications. Chief Boydo has looked at that particular situation because we were trying to problem solve
Yep.
the options for that issue, and I think he's anxious that we insist, in fact, that we preserve what's there, the red zone that's there, but he did not make a request to consider any changes to the Parklet for purposes of fire access to the hydrant.
Yeah, okay.
It's
Thank
a
you.
sharp angle, but it's within the parking space, so it had vehicles in that
That's the
space
thing,
before.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because those parking spaces are so shallow to the curb there, it is in the parking space. It's supposed like a shutter up in front. So like I say, it'd be best as we go into permanent to have a policy that addresses that. Now, of course, we just passed policy. I don't know what the solution is. I mean, I kind of wonder if they really, is that in geologic terms what would be called acicular space, that quite acute angle? Is it actually usable?
I believe that space is sort of filled in with plants right where the corner is.
Yeah.
And then there's some seating that kind of goes towards the angle but doesn't fill it in all the way.
So it
So
seems-
there's a couple of feet of triangle there that's just plants and not actually used for seating.
Yeah, so it'd be great to, and again, I don't know if
Are we off the agenda?
Yeah, this doesn't seem to be related to the
Doing too much.
new program as opposed to maybe
Yeah, we're getting way into the weeds.
enforcement on the.
well, it's related to the Parklet program very specifically.
I think it's related to I don't think the agenda item is really covering it because this relates to how we're dealing with the new parklets
Okay.
going forward. And I feel like we're dealing with code enforcement of a specific parklet.
So what I'm trying to do is discuss how do we not replicate this over the next 3 years.
So then that would be the guide. So you want to make adjustments to the guidelines?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not suggesting adjusting the current Parklet, but the current Parklet is the one that is raising the concern and is providing an example to us of what could occur if we don't address it in the permanent program. And so it's one thing to have had this, over the 3-year temporary period. It'd be quite another thing to have it go forward without a solution. So I'm inclined to some geometric solution where, they have to cut off the, they can't have the nose of something like that.
So can we have like I said, the risk management, someone to walk these streets? Because that's not the only place. There's another place, a blind spot, when you're trying to pull out to either make a left turn from, let's say Canes, something like there. I think that there needs to be a walkthrough or drive-through, identify those blind spots, and then be able to figure out what the best. I mean, I'll defer to Jeff and his thoughts on that as well, and how to resolve this.
So just to be clear, I think they're two different issues, and I'm sensitive to that issue as well, which is the sight lines for motorists seeing pedestrians, whereas this issue is a parklet for one business blocking the view and of another business.
I'd like to propose to the council that the solution for both of those and any others that come up where we're having trouble working it out. And, some of them, the easy, obvious solution, we can do that at the staff level. But that we have as staff the discretion to take this, a judgment call, whether it's appropriate for the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Transportation Commission, that be the venue for troubleshooting and public discussion about how to solve the problem. If it's a sightline problem, it's probably transportation. If it's a business visibility or signage or something like that, maybe that's more appropriate for planning and zoning. But I think giving us the ability to have kind of a safety valve on these more challenging things.
Right.
And when in doing that with the risk management review, I think is doing that risk management review first and then bringing all that information to a public meeting.
That'd be good.
Yeah. So is that to give you that latitude? Do we need to retrofit something into the regulation saying, permit subject to review for sightlines to businesses and safety or something like that? Or do you think you have enough latitude as it is?
I feel like that we have enough latitude.
Okay.
We do that from time to time in other contexts.
Okay.
And, as long as council is kind of on board with that.
Behind you, yeah.
And if we get into a situation where it really needs to be formalized, we'll bring the rules back.
Okay.
You'll have an opportunity to do that.
Okay. Good. Yeah, because I just don't want that situation to, obviously, I've said, get replicated and exist for another 3 years. Great. All right. Thank you all very much. Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
It occurs to me, I don't want to make us discuss this all night, but it occurs to me we haven't talked a ton about the ARPA fund proposal part of this, which I think seems pretty easy. If you had the suggestion of making that available for the entire process, not
Right.
just constructing a platform, I think that makes complete sense. And also, we haven't stated our definitive position on whether we should use ARPA funds for this. I think we should.
Yeah. That almost sounds like a motion, but not quite.
Do we need a motion on this, or is this direction to bring us back something to repurpose those ARPA funds from our business grant program to do this?
You don't need to repurpose those funds. Part of your previous appropriation included this as a potential use for what you already appropriated.
So we can just give direction that we want that to happen. Great, then that's what I'm saying we should do.
Okay.
Then one more thing, as far as the parking, is that a different agenda, or what did we decide for allocating at least one spot?
Yeah, I think that would be under the term I've heard called curb management. It's kind of like a big part of the planning world now is how do we manage our precious curb space?
That might be a referral to the Transportation Commission. They deal with these kinds of issues, right? The curb management.
Right.
Does staff have everything they need, just to double check that we haven't missed any of the bits that we're supposed to talk about?
Okay, great. Thank you. So this brings the meeting to new business. And thank you, staff. Item 11-1, first reading of ordinance number 2022-06 to amend Albany Municipal Code section 9-1.3 to reduce speed limit on Solano Avenue. The council have staff's report presentation. The proposal is pretty straightforward, so.
Let me try again on
While he's doing that, I'll say, since this is only my second meeting in person, which I'm also mayor, it is actually, I'm surprised at being in person. I mean,
Justin?
I'm kind of a nerd, so I'm used to Zoom, but being in person actually is very nice and I think is quite helpful to figuring things out. So I'm glad we're here.
Good thing.
Thank you.
I'd hate to have you walk out. I'd hate to have you walk out. I'm going to Zoom. Sit in the lobby on Zoom.
That's right.
Thank you. So this item is somewhat paired with your previous item. Do a brief background. Next slide, please. So the California Vehicle Code regulates the setting of speed limits on city streets. AB 43 was signed in October of 2021, which changed some of these rules, including now allowing for 20 miles per hour speed limits in what's described as a business activity district. Other elements of the law await state guidance called for in the legislation and should take effect in 2024. Next slide. So Solano Avenue is currently 25 miles per hour speed limit as a business district. Next slide. Higher speeds increase the driver's reaction time and braking distance, and they significantly increase likelihood of death for pedestrians hit by a vehicle. Next slide. Between 2013 and 2020, collisions on Solano Avenue accounted for over 30% of severe and fatal collisions in Albany, as well as over 30% of injury collisions involving a pedestrian, and second only to San Pablo Avenue within the city. Next slide. So the new law spells out 4 requirements, 3 of which need to be met to qualify as a business activity district for this purpose. And we've found that Solano Avenue east of Madison meets these 3 requirements. It's predominantly retail frontage, it has curbside parking, and uncontrolled marked crosswalks. Next slide. This is intended to improve safety for all roadway users on the Solano Avenue business corridor, as well as the patrons of in-street dining. It's a measure that we can expect to reinforce safe driving speeds along the commercial corridor. And the Transportation Commission recommended that the City Council take this action in conjunction with its revisions to the Parklet program. And with that, the recommendation is that Council introduce and waive the first reading of Ordinance 2022-06 to amend the Municipal Code Section 9-1.3 to establish a 20 mile per hour speed limit on Solano Avenue between Madison Street and the eastern city limits.
Thank you very much. Are there any? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. So as far as signage is concerned, where would that be placed? And then the school, that's Cornell, how would that interact? I mean, you got 20 in one spot, then you slow down to 15, I think it's for schools.
You can establish school zones down to 15 miles per hour.
Okay.
The Transportation Commission recommended we take another look at reduced speed school zones. Prior commission discussions found that the places that we're most concerned about vehicle speeds are not the places we're allowed to do the reduced speed school zones. So currently it is 25 throughout Solano. The signage that we discussed with the Transportation Commission would be basically at either end of the corridor and at the exits from major places that people are entering the Solano corridor.
Thank you.
Just quickly to clarify, so the 15 mile per hour school zone, I think I understand it cannot be established by law on essentially an arterial. Is that correct? Or what's the limitation?
The Marin Avenue and Buchanan are where the speeds are the highest, and they have too many vehicle lanes. That's the limiting factor there. Okay. I forget if there was a limitation on the business district side, but I know the speeds on Solano are already slower than some of the other adjacent to school roadways.
Thanks. Any other? Yes.
So, just out of curiosity, why did you pick Madison and not Jackson for starting this?
There's less retail fronting that last block. The requirement is that it's not just commercial and how we consider it with zoning, like apartments are considered commercial properties often. It's that there's retail, sidewalk fronting retail, and I don't believe that final block met the 50% threshold.
If, right now we meet 3 of the criteria, but if we were to put in control crossing, flashing beacons or whatever, would that mean we'd need to raise the speed again to 25 if we no longer met the criteria?
The criteria didn't specify number, like a % of the crossings need to be uncontrolled marked. I don't know the answer to that. There is some of the other changes that were made are going to have guidance associated with it that is going to be developed with some of the other allowances for reducing speed limit that are supposed to kick in 2024. So there may be additional guidance on this.
Okay. I believe you said that you talked with AC Transit about this. What was their thought process?
AC Transit was supportive. They didn't think it would have impact on their service timeline, their timing. They thought it would be a safety feature for their patrons, and that most of the delay is not really the maximum speed limit on Solano. It's the congestion or entering, exiting from stops.
And then how are we going to actually enforce this?
With posted sign, the enforcement would be the same as enforcing speeding vehicles and any of our other roadways.
It seems that's not really been our focus, and if we're going to do this, I think it's important, especially as we start out, that we have very aggressive enforcement. Otherwise, you just put up signs that people aren't really paying attention to. And then my concern about that is that if the police department starts really enforcing and ticketing people, we as a council support them, and that's what we're directing them to do. And I never like us to make any rule that we're really not going to enforce. And so I think if we're going to do this, we need to think about how we're going to enforce it. That's it.
Any other questions? No? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jeremiah Garrett Pinguello. So regarding enforcement, the code 22358.9 says that they can't even enforcement within the first 30 days of changing, but they can enforce after the first 30 days. Up to, I think it was 10 miles an hour over. So you mentioned school zones. Did we finally get school zones in our municipal code book? I know I've been trying to get that in for over 10 to 15 years, but hopefully we do adopt those school zones pretty soon, if we haven't already. One thing is, we should also notify Berkeley City Council so they can adjust the eastern part of Solano as well, so it's kind of fluent through the whole thing. So I recently spoke with AC Transit, and they said what needs to happen is they need to change their schedule. AC Transit's schedule for their bus drivers right now is currently set at 25 miles an hour. So the time it takes for the AC Transit bus to get from one part of Solano to the next part of Solano, their schedule allows for 25 miles an hour. So they're going to be driving a little bit faster going down Solano until AC Transit changes their entire schedule for Solano Avenue. So we need to notify AC Transit as soon as we do the second reading that this has passed, so they can update their schedule to allow the drivers to slow down to 20. Because if we don't notify them this new change, their schedule is still going to be set at 25. So please notify AC Transit as soon as this happens so they could change their schedule accordingly. So it says the eastern city limits. I did read further in the packet, and you actually do state till Tulare Street. It's kind of nice this topic's coming up. I've been trying to figure out where the city limits lie on Solano, and I guess it does potentially go up to Tulare. So the city does own the streets, but not the businesses to Tulare. So I newly learned that. Also, this code, October 2021, section 22358.9. Like we see here, there's 4. We made 3 out of the 4. But this was adopted before, potentially my idea is they're going to redo this code to allow a fifth one, which is parklet dining. So once they change that to parklet dining as another one of the four, as a fifth one, then we will still meet 3 of the 5. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Clerk, see there's 15 people still in virtual attendance.
You have one.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. This obviously corresponds perfectly with the previous item of the permanent parklets. So thank you very much for that and for this. Business owners, especially those with restaurants and parklets, have been asking for slower speed limits for years. It will make eating outside quieter and more pleasant and safer, and everyone will be happier. It'll make it easier. It'll make Solano Avenue more walkable for visitors and residents, more crossable more safely. I live on the 900 block of Canes, and so half a block off Solano, and I mentioned this to my neighbors this afternoon, and they're all really excited about it. It'll make our neighborhood safer, more pleasant. For the neighborhood families, we have tons of kids that live on this block, so it'll make everyone safer. So please do this, and please enforce it. And as far as the buses, I mean, to be honest, the problem with speeders is more with private cars and not with the professional bus drivers, who are usually courteous and act in a professional manner. So if there's a little lag with bus compliance, I don't think that's the end of the world. But thank you for doing this. It'll make our town much safer. Thanks.
Thank you. And does anybody else raise their hand?
One more, sorry, just popped up.
Yep, that happens. I remember that. Thank you, City Clerk.
Hello again. I just wanted to say I am definitely in favor of a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit along Solano. In my case, I don't find that the lighting is, optimal, and I'm oftentimes surprised by pedestrians. And I think if just in general traffic is going slower, given the very poor lighting, it'll just keep pedestrians safer overall. Thank you very much.
You're not required to say your name, but I am curious if you're willing to say your name. I don't think you said your name. I'd love to know. Yeah.
Yes, Elaine Stelton.
Thank you. And this time, okay. So we're back to council. Any thoughts on this item? Yes, Vice Mayor Tebben.
I'm happy to have us do this. To address Councilmember McQuaid's comment earlier, while I generally agree that I don't want to see us pass things that we're not going to enforce, this feels like an area where we have to have a speed limit. Changing that speed limit is not us, not having any enforcement mechanism to a new requirement. It's changing the existing requirement, and I don't really want to see us direct any sort of aggressive enforcement of this, because I don't want our direction to essentially be make a lot of police stops, because that could have a whole host of unintended consequences, and I don't think is that productive. I think if we change it, then we're just saying our normal enforcement mechanisms of keeping speed limits, of that people see it and that they want to go this limit or near the limit, and that they face the risk of being stopped, is enough.
And I'll offer that the data that the Transportation Commission was provided on this, which was a speed survey, found that the speeds that motorists are currently driving comports with the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, as well as much as the speeds that motorists are driving on 25-mile-per-hour streets comports with that limit, which is to say not every motorist is going 20 miles per hour or lower, but the 85th percentile was like 21 miles per hour, 22 miles per hour. So what I see this action is essentially doing, should we take it, is locking in what has happened naturally on the street, either because of the parklets due to the pandemic or otherwise, I don't know, but it is the current pattern, and so we're basically taking advantage and locking in the current pattern as a legal requirement.
Just before we vote, I just want to put on record that I do live on Solano, but I am a renter, so I can vote for this item.
Thank you. Clarification noted.
May I make a motion?
I think.
Ready?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Please.
I'd like to move the item.
I'll second it.
And then this is an ordinance, so I don't know if the proper form is
Oh, this is the waiver.
introduce, waive first reading, and pass first reading, waive and pass first reading. Is that how this goes? Okay, thank you. Okay. So it sounds like that friendly amendment to the language is accepted.
Indeed.
It's been moved by Councilmember Nason and seconded by Councilmember McQuaid. City Clerk, if you please poll the council.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
And Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And I will ask staff, I guess, the guise of guidance, has the city of Berkeley been apprised that this is happening? Because if not, I think it would be useful to let them know so they could take the action on their side should they so choose in order for consistency.
We have representation on the Transportation Commission, but we'll more formally notify.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's also true with the AC Transit, which was brought up by public comment. We have the head planner for AC Transit is on the Transportation Commission, so we're pretty transportation plannered up here. It's pretty amazing in Albany in that regard. Okay, with that, we will go on to item 11-2, which we've had some very long waiting members of the public here, two of the principals of the Albany Film Festival. And so I don't know if staff is going to do a presentation.
Sure, I will introduce the item and help the Film Fest organizers up to the podium, really. Thank you for your patience waiting through the agenda here. You know, the Film Fest has been a long-standing tradition in Albany, staffed by city staff and with very strong support by our volunteers, two of which you have here tonight. And in recent years, there's been conversation about potentially making this more of an independent organization that is instead sponsored by the city in years forthcoming. The initiation of that you see in this staff report tonight, as well as the substantial work that the Film Fest organizers have provided as an attachment. To be brief, the request is that the council consider a financial contribution for the event, which is coming up very soon. And to be clear on the financial contribution, the city does have $2,000 already budgeted, with the presumption that we would still be in more of the heat or concern of COVID and have a virtual event. We will have an in-person event, and so there are additional costs associated with that. So the total ask is $10,000. So basically, the council would be agreeing to the difference of those two numbers should they want to do that. We've listed a couple of options with regard to funding opportunities in your financial section. Primarily, it would come out of your council discretionary funds, which are fully budgeted at this point in time, given that it's a new fiscal year, so you have a total of $20,000 there. There's also the option potentially of the Rescue Act funds. I know we've talked about those quite a bit tonight, and whether or not council feels that's a functional allocation or use of those funds, we would request your direction. So without further ado, thanks again for your patience.
Good evening, council members. Jack Kenny, one of the organizers of the Albany Film Fest, and I'm here with Ellen Toomey, another organizer, and Naomi Siegel, who's watching by Zoom, I think. But Albany Film Fest is coming back, as the city manager just said. I don't know if you saw the poster has just gotten posted here at the City Hall today, and give you more information about what's happening. But we're really looking forward to this. As the city manager noted, we've had a great relationship with the city of Albany for the first 12 years, and we hope that will continue, maybe in a different fashion from this point forward. But we've had great support. Especially in particular, I want to point out Jeremy Allen, who is like our wizard at getting the films together and doing all the technical and artistic work that he's done over the years. Really fabulous. I think we've realized, like other people, that when the pandemic hit and we had to close down, trying to get everything restarted again is a big challenge. You know, you've built up momentum over the years, you have a reputation, and then all of a sudden there's nothing. You got to start it up again. So that's what we're struggling with now, is trying to get things going again so people realize what an asset we have in Albany Film Fest. And I think we're on the way to doing that. A couple of things I wanted to just note is that I was at our booth at the Solano Stroll, and at least when I was there, I got a lot of positive feedback from the people up and down Solano. Many people who had heard of the Film Fest before, and they were really happy to hear that it was coming back. Many new people to the area hearing about it said, oh, I got to check that out. So we passed out at least over 200 save the date flyers, and many QR codes were downloaded to get information about the Film Fest. So I think there's a hunger out there for people who want to see the Film Fest. The other thing I wanted to note is that this year will be the first time we give out an award called the Joseph McCord Award. And we've established this for a friend of the Film Fest, Joseph McCord, who traveled out to the Albany Film Fest every year. He lived in the south side of Chicago, and he loved seeing films about underrepresented communities, meeting the filmmakers, and unfortunately he passed away in 2020. So his friends and family have gone together to fund the award. And so we'll be giving it out for the first time for the film that best portrays themes of social justice and racial equity. So we're really looking forward to that happening this year. So I'll turn it over to Ellen.
Is this on? Okay. Okay, gosh. I think, you know, the reason Naomi, Jack, and I have stayed with this is because there's a certain magic in the film festival, you know, when you're able to connect these young filmmakers. We have 2 categories for youth, which is pretty unique. And, you know, when they come to the gala and they get to talk to Jifui Bodo, who's a Pixar, you know, Academy Award-winning animator, or, you know, there was another group who came and spoke with one of our documentary filmmaker judges. It's amazing, you know, getting these connections to happen, and that's the part that makes me start to cry. But one of the things I've been most focused on in this interim, you know, period where we've all done a lot of deep reflection is how can we, like, make this a thing for the long term, you know, something that outlives us old people, and make it more diverse and more, you know, representative. It's very much about community building. We're really keen on supporting the businesses in every way that we can. And so there's both the tangible, you know, benefits and the more sort of community building, you know, web network. People come from near and far, and, you know, it's about bringing the world to Albany and showing Albany to the world. So we, you know, I really believe that whatever support the city is able to bring will, you know, it's like investment that, you know, will grow and compound. And
brought on some new sponsors.
Oh, and I brought on some new sponsors this year. I reached out to a friend of a friend who's a wonderful realtor, and she just, like, she was so generous in, you know, schooling me on all the things that realtors are concerned about, and, you know, which is a lot about community. And so anyway, we did really well with our cold calling in a few regards. But, you know, I think people are hungry for this. People are ready to come back and be community-oriented, and happy to answer any questions. And does Naomi want to chime in? Naomi was she may have gone to bed. So anyway. Oh, she's raised her hand.
I raised my hand.
Naomi Siegel, one of the other organizers. I just want to say everything they said, so true. And we do have a wonderful program this year. I think this is actually one of the best programs we've had. This is our 12th year, and we have really enjoyed putting these programs together. We're going to have 6 shows over 2 weeks, so it's spread out enough that people have a chance to take in all the wonderful shows. We've had such good response from the filmmakers who I guess have really been in a pandemic drought for 2 years, and I'd say most of them will be here to do Q&A afterwards, which is a really wonderful part of connecting with the audience. Everybody's excited to be back on Solano Avenue. It's just really thrilling for us to come back and get started again. And I will say also afterwards, we will have an online program for people who cannot make it to the theater, who don't feel comfortable going to the theater. So that's 3 pretty wonderful weeks of Film Fest, and we're glad to be back in Albany on the street with the people.
Thank you very much. And you're underplaying yourself as just organizers. You are the founders as well, if my understanding is correct. So I appreciate your being here. Are there any questions for the founders? Yeah, I just want to express appreciation that you took this enforced partial time out to look and build towards the next step and towards the future. Quite commendable.
I'd like to echo that. It's just really exciting to see it coming back. It's really a joy, and I think everybody looks forward to it. And it does. It's another one of those things that is kind of exciting about Albany, and kind of special for such a small town to have such a quality film festival going on.
So to get to the money part, which is why you've been sitting here the whole time. I mean, my inclination is if ARPA funds, if it's an allowed use for ARPA funds, it seems like an appropriate use given what they appropriately described, which is the difficulty and the expense of restarting, regaining momentum.
And can I just interrupt and say, it's like the more we're able to promote, and I say sometimes a skeleton crew, but it's really more like a few bones. So it's like if we're able to do the promotion adequately, that means more people come to the theater. So it's that, momentum building part.
Virtuous cycle, yeah.
Is there any public comment?
Good question. Thank you. I'm so enthusiastic about this. I just blew right by that. There is no other public in the room currently, but there are 14 people still in virtual. Are there any public comments?
No.
City Clerk indicates there's no public comments, but thank you very much for keeping me honest there.
We try. Again, I would add my thanks to you, and I would say Jack's gotten a few sponsors this year too.
Jack has been our main sponsor gatherer over the years, for sure.
I think this is such an important event for our community, and it really, through art, highlights so much of what we value, our social justice and climate justice, climate equity, brings people to the business community, it encourages the youth to make film and to be part of this. And it's not just the Film Fest, it's the whole year of programming that you all do.
And that's also the library. They're a fabulous partner.
Right, and you have done a great job partnering with them. I'd be willing to make a motion. I'm a little concerned about using ARPA funds only because I know the need is great in other areas, and I'm just sort of thinking that this may be a better use of council discretionary funds. I'm not wedded to either one. I just want to give you the money. I don't really care where it comes from, but it would be my thought to take it from discretionary funds.
Is that your motion?
Sure, that could be my motion.
Okay, then I second.
So we do, I'll take that as a motion for resolution, I think it's 2022-102. And I can't remember if the resolution specifies what the source for the other $8,000 would be. I should probably go look.
It doesn't say.
Doesn't say.
The resolution needs to be amended.
Okay. Yeah, that said, I mean, it's just relatively early in the year. Kind of inclined to designate it from ARPA funds, and if we don't use our discretionary funds, then backfill it later in the year. I mean, it says ARPA funds are allowed, supporting the arts is an allowed use.
I would be inclined to take it from the council discretionary fund because, when we go through, we're going to need to go through budget cycles in which we look at our discretionary funds and decide how we want to spend these things. ARPA is not going to be here forever. To me, ARPA makes more sense for things like building compliant parklets, things that are more short-term and directly pandemic related. And this is something more well-established, and it just seems like the kind of thing that the discretionary fund was created for.
Yeah, although I think that the cost of restart, I mean, I don't know what the founder's perspective is, and I will ask them in a moment if the expectation is that the city would provide this level of support going forward, or if this part of this is because of the cost of restart. I'll put that question to the founders. Do you have any conception of what the city's support?
Honestly, I don't think we talked about that. I think there is the immediate need, and I think as the Berkeley, we were looking at the Berkeley Film Foundation as a model. I think it took them a few years to get it as a line item in their budget. So, I think feeling their way of what is the relationship, what's the benefit to the city, what are the expenses, I think, we're talking about now, but we would like some ongoing connection, but we don't have a number for that, is that?
When you say Berkeley, was it Film Festival? I'm sorry.
It's a film foundation. It's a little bit different, but it's, model-wise, it matches.
When you say they took them a little while to get a line item, you mean a line item in the city of Berkeley's budget? Okay, just so I'm clear. Okay.
It's an annual funding for the Film Foundation from the City of Berkeley budget.
Okay, well, so that does sound more discretionary than ARPA. So I yield on that point. So with that, it has been moved by Councilmember McQuaid and seconded by Councilman Gary to pass Resolution 2022-102 with the $8,000 coming from council discretionary funds. All right, I think we're ready to poll the council.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
And Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right.
We appreciate your support, and we hope to see you at both the films and the gala.
Thank you for coming out and staying and listening to us.
Thank you.
All right, so we transition on to item 11-3 of new business, which is advisory body work plan item status. And I guess this is my item, so I will be the one to present the thinking here. I laid it out in the memo, but the idea is that every 2 years approximately, the council considers the structure of its advisory bodies and whether it's serving its current goals. And we have 2 members who are going to be terming out, who will be taking institutional memory with them. They might choose to show up as members of the public, but we can't rely on that. So my thought was I wanted to give this council the opportunity to avail itself of that experience in considering either making changes to advisory bodies or making recommendations forward to the next council on advisory bodies. And as part of the basis for that, it would be best to have where the advisory bodies are at in terms of the performance of their current work plans. So we get a better feel for how it's been going for each of them. So that's kind of the thinking. I don't know if there's any questions on that.
Just a comment. Thank you. I certainly welcome the opportunity to give input. It's going to be up to the next council. But I very much appreciate the opportunity and am eager to hear what Councilmember McQuaid has to say as well. And I think it's a perfect thing to do, to kind of look at the couple of years and see where things stand and hand it off to the next council ready to hit the ground running.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to do this. I guess I just have a procedural question. So it's your thought that they will, during the month of October, just kind of make a sort of almost an outline thing of what they've accomplished? Is that sort of the idea? And then in November, we'll look at all of them and see what we think needs to be adjusted.
Yeah, and mentioned, I think, in the memo, but could get lost in the wash, that they have a template. We have the work plan template, and the upper portion of that is what has happened with the last work plan. Is that basically can be used. So they can do whatever pros they want, but it's basically each item. Is it complete? Is it being worked on? Has it not been started? Just basically one sentence or even a clause on what the status is of that item.
Right. That sounds good.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Can I add an amendment? On the advisory bodies, can we have language to describe their roles and responsibilities, like duties? I think planning and zoning has a robust one because I'm sure, for obvious reasons, but I mean, even if it's just a 1 line, 2 lines, just basically saying, the Art Commission and your duties are, kind of laid out. And I think that will help in most cases on them moving forward and making sure that they're in line because they're spelled out. I don't know. I've seen other cities that have it and it's clear. That's also when you're calling and asking for volunteers. The first question, what do I do? I've never been on this. You don't give me enough information on the application. I look it up online. And we do have videos, but I think just having something, plain and simple, not, too, egregious where we scare them, but just enough information to help them make a sound decision on if they want to, participate on the body. So I think that would be great if we could do that and pick out which ones we need to increase the language on. Thank you.
Yes, I think that's a great idea. I mean, it's in the advisory body handbook, but of course that's obtuse in its own thing, and it's then if you go to each body's page, they've got the resolution that created them, but that's obtuse. So I think having a 3-sentence summary is a great idea in the work plan because that can be handed off. That might be something rather, I don't know if that should be incorporated at this time or if that's something that gets built into the next work, because this isn't really a work plan update. So I think what I would suggest doing is I'll make a note of this so that with the new council, it's something that will get built into the template for the next iteration.
It's on the template.
I can't recall personally.
It is, but
Yeah.
isn't it on the template, like the charge of your committee? I think it's on the work plan template, which doesn't help the person who's applying.
Tamara, I will add that I think this is a really important suggestion, and you may find that when we start to write them, it's not clear. And so that might be some of the work that's iterative here. Once you get the work plan status, is maybe their charge needs to be refined. So we might have some work to polish those up as we add them to the next work plans and web pages and whatnot.
Yeah. So I guess that raises the point: is it's useful to incorporate a first draft of those summaries into this process now, so that this council can weigh in on the description, weigh in on those summaries, and make recommendations. So in that sense, we shouldn't wait until the next iteration. That I see. Does that make sense, City Manager?
We can give it a try and see how far we get. Yeah.
Okay.
Making eye contact. Yeah.
Add that. Okay. Add that to what comes back to us in November. Any other?
Is there any public?
I'll check. But no, I appreciate it. Looking out for me, for the public. There are 12 people. No hands raised.
No hands.
Hands raised. Very good.
So do you need anything from us, or is this just kind of consensus? Yes, we're going to do this.
I would look to staff. Do you need a motion from? Yes, I see the city attorney nodding yes. We need a motion. So why don't I make the motion? I move that each advisory body be directed to return the status of its work on each of its work plan items in time for the council to consider at its first meeting in November, and that staff will generate a draft summary of a few statements regarding the charge of each body to also bring back at that time for the council to consider the structure of the advisory bodies.
Seconded.
Just one item of clarification there. We have one advisory body that will not meet in that period of time, the Charter Review Committee. So if you're okay with a simple summary of their work to date, and we would certainly engage with the chair to let them know that this would be on a council agenda. Is that effective enough for the council?
Yeah, I think that's fine. And I also wonder, I mean, it may be that we don't consider, even though this motion says the first meeting in November, I don't know that we're necessarily going to consider all 11 bodies in the first meeting. We may consider half and half or something to spread it out. So in that sense, why don't I amend it and say that they can provide well, when are they meeting though? Relative to our second meeting, it probably might be too late anyway though.
Yeah, they will not meet until the second agenda has gone out.
Yeah, okay, all right. So we'll just get a summary based on staff working with the chair. Thanks, city manager.
Did you make a motion?
I made a motion.
Okay, so I'll second.
Okay, well, I think he jumped the gun on it, so we're there. We're close. So yeah, with 10 minutes to 10:30, we might actually make it. City Clerk, would you poll the council?
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, we are on to item 12. This is council, really council reports on regional bodies and other meetings that they have attended. Any volunteers? Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
I've got two. I attended the mayor's conference on September 14th, where we got some legislative updates. The host city of San Leandro made a presentation about their SAFE program, which is trying to get crisis response and is really in its infancy. And we got a presentation from BAFA, the Bay Area Housing Finance. Can't remember what that last A stands for. But the big news there is that they're planning on working on a $1 billion housing bond in 2024, which would be pretty great. I also attended an EVCE marketing, regulatory, and legislative subcommittee meeting. Big news there is PCIA rates are being reduced, which means that rates will just get reduced for most customers across the board. A bunch of legislative updates, most importantly that Diablo Canyon got extended by our legislature, and the Inflation Reduction Act had a bunch of climate-related programs and a lot of money in it. And then lastly, that a content mailer is going out from UBC that is one of our required things that shows how our power compares to averages for cleanliness, essentially.
Which is not great, unfortunately. I guess good for Albany, but not the baseline. Anybody else?
I participated in the ACTC meetings. There was a financial committee, a plans and programs committee, and full committee, but the focus was administrative and reviewing the executive director and so forth. There was nothing specific for Albany.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I've got a couple. I attended the League of California Cities conference down in Long Beach last week. BART 50th anniversary celebration. We had a housing authority meeting, and I attended a planning meeting for United Against Hate Week.
For me, we're in the process of doing the Dean's Advisory Committee on the Guild Track. I'll bring you updates probably at the next meeting on what we will be bringing to the council, hopefully, or just considerations. And then I attended the Marin School International Potluck on Friday. It was amazing with those wonderful kids to dance with them and just see the talent that we have in Albany. It's very nice to go out and enjoy the families as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I attended the Programs Administration Committee of Stop Waste. We received presentations on the climate action plans, although different acronyms are shifting for Dublin and Oakland, which was quite interesting. And I attended the Board of Trustees meeting for the Mosquito Abatement District. The main item was their CalPERS unfunded liability status, which is enviably low. I wish we had that situation, but we don't. Perhaps a little bit easier when you're a real single mission agency. And with that, you'll move on to future agenda items. Yes. Hi, thank you. Hi.
Okay, so I just have a few. So I would like the Municipal Code 2-1.2. If we can add some language about what I discussed earlier, trying to locate individuals to fill the advisory boards in a late date. Maybe we can talk about what that looks like. Just one liner, because it tells us what we're supposed to do, but if we're not able to, what is kind of like the exception to the rule. So if we can add like a one-liner, I don't know what that looks like.
Okay.
We did that. Oh, so the next one is the ARPA funds for renters. So I know I've been beating a dead horse on that. I thought it was going to come in September, so I will work on that if we can get it on October, the first one. But I don't know.
Please, yeah.
At your October 3rd meeting, you will receive a ARPA update on programs expended thus far and some suggestions on potential rental and residential support programs. So
let me hold off.
Hopefully it will overlap and we can get feedback from the council on how you'd like us to customize that work going forward, if that works for the council.
That's seems great.
Okay, sounds good.
Great timing, yeah.
And the next one is like if we can get updates on Madison to the public. I've had some people reached out, and I just been reluctant to say anything without you guys trying to. If we can get a report from the city manager to give out to the public. And then the last thing, when the Albany Film Fest, they came ask for money. A lot of cities like Hayward, they're doing like people's budget. I want to see what that would look like if we could have just that line item. That way we're not trying to figure out where money's coming from, right? So if we want to put whatever amount in that budget that is specifically for projects like that or, events that we want to support, would just be out of that versus our council discretion where we can use that for more meatier things. So that's it.
And did you refer to that as people's budget?
They call it the people's budget.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
So, we don't have to call it that, but that's what the city of Hayward, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Might that be better closer to budget time, though? I think it's a really good idea, and I had a note to mention that when we talked about Film Fest, but rather than doing it now, it seems a little premature for something.
How long will it take? Like, is it something that will want to have ready for budget? I don't know.
It depends on the administration of it, and my first light bulb on this is what the role of our financial advisory committee would be, and I think that they, as advisory to the council, may have a role to facilitate some conversations on it, so I think we would want to shape something for the upcoming budget season, and I can work with our finance director to think that through a little bit more and check in with Hayward to get some lessons learned.
And to remind me, the budget season is, when is the budget season usually? Like February to April kind of time frame?
Now that we have the financial advisory committee and they really have their sleeves rolled up, we're going to want to start sooner. And so basically, the budget season is already underway with the department heads.
Okay.
So I will get a more effective timeline to the council so you see how this moves forward in your budget process and take the guesswork out of it.
Well, I will carry all these things in my notes here as I do for tracking. Anybody else?
This is not necessarily an agenda item, but something that I did want to point out that perhaps It might be something that the city manager wants to cover in a future report or something like that. But I did see that the state auditor's review of city finances came out, and that Albany improved dramatically thanks to the establishment of the reserve fund with the money that was sort of sitting in the fund that nobody knew about. So I thought that that was wonderful news. We were not as bad as our neighbors El Cerrito or Richmond, but we were really getting pretty far down there, and we took a significant jump up. We're still one of the hurtin' cities, you know. We're definitely low, and the middle is not good in California, and we're below the middle, and we need to get up there. But at least we're definitely, it was really good news to see that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
An item that I had, and this came from just a thought of the moment in the last and only in-person meeting that we had before this, which was that Councilwoman Gary never had an opportunity to lead a meeting in person. And now that I've led my second, I'm like, wow, it really is different. It really is nice. And so I consulted with the city attorney because I expressed at the time to Councilwoman Gary, asked if she would like to lead a meeting in person, even though she's not vice mayor. She expressed her interest, and so I asked the city attorney what would be the process, and she suggested putting it on the next agenda for a council discussion, so I'll be putting that on the agenda for council discussion. Enough said, and we're at 10:30. We just made it. Oh, you got, oh, okay. Sorry.
Sure, but I'll go really fast.
Yeah.
Poor guy. Ready?
Please.
Former Albany Police Sergeant Archie Sterling passed away on September 16th. He was hired on October 1st, 1964, and retired after a 20-year career on July 1st, 1984. He was in the investigative division working several major cases. For many years, Sergeant Sterling served as the juvenile sergeant. He is remembered as a very kind and knowledgeable man, one who would always offer advice to younger officers to assist them in their careers. Sergeant Sterling is survived by daughters Teresa and Marianne and son John, as well as numerous grandchildren and great-grandchildren.
Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. With that, if we can adjourn in memory of. Thank you, council members, vice mayor, city clerk, city manager, city attorney for sticking with us here, and all the staff that were here this evening otherwise, and 7 people who are left out in the cyber world. Thanks so much. Take care. We're adjourned.